কিন্তু ও নয়
Okay, are you able to start now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Wonderful, thank you. All right, just going to do a quick acknowledgement to our First Nations people. We always start our presentations that way, to elders past and present and emerging. So a quick introduction just to give a bit of a context, and I think this is very sort of relevant in relation to your focus for the conference, which is around inclusivity, and looking at how the community can be best served from how we invest our public sector dollars. So right now in Australia, a large problem is for the community that 1 in 4 Australians have been victims of identity crime. The cost is to the tune of $33 billion. This was as of 2021 due to cybercrime. And of course, as you may have experienced in India as well, the COVID pandemic only sent us more digital than ever. So we have supercharged our digital demand for digital services. And Australians, based on recent surveys, want more opportunity to transact digitally with government. So digital voting, mental health services, and of course, things like driver's licenses and other credentials have gone digital as well due to the demand of citizens. And it's really important in the space of identity and access management to make sure that everyone is included, because public services are for everyone. So we focus very much on not only credentials like driver's licenses, but also, as you can see, health services and aspects like photo card. If someone may not have a driver's license because they don't drive, an alternative is an identity card like a photo card in our state. So as you can see here, citizens want more control and choice for more security and control over their personal information, how it is used, how it is shared, because of the risk of cybercrime. And believing that using digital government services during major life events is a convenience. So 42% believe that. And even the older population, who we often think may not be as familiar or comfortable accessing government services digitally, have actually responded to our surveys to say 85% are actually keen. So this was a very interesting finding. This has moved us to invest in and prioritize what we are calling digital ID. It is to help support privacy preservation, sharing data minimally. We are more and more in a digital economy, whether we like it or not, right? So it is about ensuring that our citizens can prove who they are in a secure fashion and what services they are entitled to. And this way, there's improved access to services for regional, remote, and vulnerable community members. So back to that inclusivity of all citizens aspect. They don't have to travel to access government services always. This way they can, have those capabilities and transact comfortably from home. We plan in the future to expand to commercial transactions with private sector as well. Because if you think about it, proving who you are is critical to just about every transaction you do, whether it's with government or whether it's through private sector. Also, this will unlock the opportunity to transact at your convenience 24/7, and most importantly, from a financial governance aspect, it will, in a tangible way, reduce the risk of exposure to cyber attacks and identity theft, improving citizens' control of their own personal information. This also has a huge benefit to citizens who run businesses, of course. So due to COVID, the pandemic disrupted everything, of course, and it supercharged digitization of businesses as well. I'm sure the trend is very similar in India as well. The administrative burden of compliance obligations to retain personal information is huge at the moment because we're still functioning in a regulatory way that precedes the digital economy. So much of it, the regulation, the legislation, requires over-collection, if you think about it, which can expose us to honeypots of personal information being created and retained by business and then being shared. So for us, that has really created a problem of cybersecurity risk and cyber attacks. And the average cost per cyber incident for a small business even is $64,000. And there is a ransomware attack every 11 seconds due to the increased risk of these breaches and incidents. It's so therefore you can think about for any business, it is not going to be so much more for large-scale, complex businesses. We've had some multinationals recently impacted, and of course it exposes information of individuals, but also for the business, it is a very costly problem. So it is something we are looking to solve in the immediate and are investing accordingly. So here are some of the benefits we're looking to yield, and one is through data minimization, increased trust in the digital economy, increased trust in identity of customer verification processes, and reducing the need to retain personal information. So in this case, less is more. So that reduced regulatory obligation on businesses would be the next step, which would enable reducing the risks of transacting and improving the trust in the digital ecosystem. So that would reduce friction also for onboarding customers, improving efficiency, improving effectiveness as well. It would give businesses the opportunity to expand their customer base, including new business ventures, and there is a reduced loss due to fraud and other illicit activities as well. And most importantly, as I spoke about in the last slide, when talking to that, there is this great opportunity to reduce the risk of cyber breaches resulting in personal information loss. Finally, I want to talk about one key aspect, which is the significance of implementing secure digital identity services to increase citizen engagement. And this is really important because it's a multi-pronged approach. So it's a very holistic transformation. It's got, as you can see, the opportunity to improve citizen control of information and privacy preservation processes and data minimization, but there is a huge emphasis on legislation and governance as well, because you can't just, the technology is already there, and I'm sure as Indians, you are aware of how much technology is dynamic and constantly evolving, but it is the legislation and governance systems that need to also keep up. They are required to transform so that they are appropriately ready to tackle the challenges of technology. So we are focusing heavily on that aspect. And ultimately, this will mean that very thing about improved accessibility. So that inclusion focus of your conference is sort of the essence of this, because we are about empowering citizens to transact with government more efficiently. And of course, it should improve public trust. Some of the challenges, of course, or key barriers we are working on to enable this. In Australia, we do have some lack of public trust, lack of trust in the government to address. There is also misinformation about the use of biometrics. So key to establishing digital identities, leveraging new technology like face verification in a secure way, in a privacy protecting way, in a well-governed way. And finally, addressing also data sharing concerns of the public who are used to how we have operated thus far, and maybe not everyone is aware of the great improvements, transformations in technology that enable data minimization. So this aspect is really key, and that is why we have to educate our people. So we focus a lot on public engagement as well, because it's a change management aspect of the journey, which is critical, that people aspect, to bring the citizens along. So strategies for addressing the ethical considerations in digital identity solutions is making it user-centric, inclusive, and accessible, and as I spoke about, making sure we are emphasizing that it is a transparent, secure, user-centric solution where privacy, consent, and control is from the citizen. It should be technology neutral and portable. So imagine a world where we can interoperate across borders. So our qualifications, for instance, are a type of credential, and if we're applying for a job overseas, that we can have that verified seamlessly. This would make it incredibly easy and convenient, but also we would be solving problems like shortages in our supply chain, in our economy more efficiently through this type of digitization. And ultimately, integrated public services. So this is where you break down silos between jurisdictions and make things more smooth for the citizens. And I've already spoken about a key aspect, which is the legislation, and ensuring that customers feel comfortable, citizens feel comfortable using these digitized services, because it provides protections and parts of redress. Because the essence of it, after all, is to ensure reduced financial crime, actually, because of the cyber security risks that we're trying to address. And finally, the value interoperability, I've mentioned it already, is essentially that cross-jurisdictional ability, that portability of and consistency to build towards the same standards, so that we can truly function as global citizens in the long run. So as you can see, it is a technology-based solution, but really it's solving a financial governance problem in a digitized economy, if you like. But there is so much complexity, because you need to work with regulators, with federal and state government, with international jurisdictions, and of course with industry, because ultimately the goal is not to just enable these technologies and products for identity verification in the public sector, but also for the private sector. Then working closely with industry will enable that as well. And finally, I just have a quick summary slide, because I want to tie it up, connect the dots to sustainable financial governance. And essentially, it also talks about how we are doing this program, how we are actually delivering long-term sustainability is always about future-proofing something. And we're doing it in a collaborative way. We are focusing on the value and visibility through data, insights, and reporting. We're taking both a sector-wide perspective, but also harnessing industry expertise. We're using Agile to continue to iterate, because it is quite an innovative solution, and keeping our eye on digital best practice. And of course, ultimately, it's important to achieve that transparency with anything that is about governance. And you know, government has that stewardship role here. But at the same time, keeping on top of the dynamic nature of the economy and being flexible and change focused as well, and building capable, balanced teams and cultures, and of course, most importantly, leadership that can harness and be flexible, but harnessing that capability so that we can achieve the end goal of sustainable financial governance through digital best practice. So I hope that really helps. I'm going to pause there in case there are any questions.
So, thank you so much, nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Santoshi Chandra, for that beautiful presentation. And we wish we could learn more about the Australian practices from you. Am I audible?
Yes. Yeah, no, thank you for the opportunity. Really enjoyed presenting.
Fine. If the forum has any questions, I suppose everyone is quite thoroughly convinced with the kind of practice you have. Thank you so much, and wish you good luck.
Thanks again, and all the best to all of you. I hope you've enjoyed the conference.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
As we now continue with today's proceedings, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome our esteemed track chair, Mr. Sanjay Adnatha, a seasoned professional with nearly 17 years of rich experience across both industry and academia. Mr. Adnatha's distinguished career spans several key domains in the financial services sector, including equity research, portfolio management, and client servicing. He has contributed significantly to renowned organizations such as PricewaterhouseCoopers and Transparent Value, and currently he serves as the director of Zetica Institute of Finance and Investment Private Limited, a role he has held since 2010. His academic journey is equally commendable, having been associated with ICFAI Business School and Magna School of Business, where he held positions of leadership and influence. Mr. Sanjay is also a Chartered Financial Analyst from the Institute of Chartered Financial Analysts of India and holds a postgraduate diploma in Business Administration with a specialization in finance from ICFAI Hyderabad. So, I would take this opportunity to request our Honorable Principal, Professor Dr. Sharmila Subramanian ma'am, to please honor him and welcome him to the podium with a flower bouquet. A huge round of applause, everyone. We're extremely fortunate, sir, that we would have you as the staff chair for the upcoming session. And I would also like to request Assistant Professor Pravik Chandra Rao to put on the badge for the staff chair. And now it gives me equal pleasure to invite to the forum our esteemed track co-chair, Dr. Sachinandan Mahanti, a globally recognized scholar and an outstanding contributor to the fields of computational intelligence and cognitive science. Dr. Mahanti has been named among the top 2% scientists in the world by Stanford University of Australia for 3 consecutive years, a PhD from IIT Kharagpur, and a postdoctoral researcher from IIT Kanpur. He has authored and edited over 42 books, published 241 research papers mentored several PhD and postgraduate scholars. His research spans big data, brain-computer interfaces, fuzzy decision-making, and beyond. Dr. Mahanti is also a fellow of IEI and IETE, a senior IEEE member and editor-in-chief of multiple international journals. His work has taken him to prestigious conferences across the globe. Sir, we're truly privileged to have you within us to guide today's sessions. So please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Sachinandan Mahanti as our track co-chair. And now can I please request the Principal Ma'am and Director Statutory Compliance and Communications, Dr. Ashok Panda sir, to welcome him to the podium with a flower bouquet. And I would request Assistant Professor Pramod Chandra Rao to stick on the badge for the track co-chair. The round of applause should continue, ladies and gentlemen. I now take this moment to request Assistant Professor Pramod Chandra Rao, who is going to act as the rapporteur and the moderator for this upcoming track of paper presentations that is going to continue hereafter. Sir, over to you. May I also request both of you, sir, to join us on stage? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Ritubana. With the permission of the chair, may I please, sir? The first paper for this track 3 is exploring the interplay between financial inclusion and investment decisions of retail investors, Bhubaneswar, a case study, authored by Sukesh Ranjan Mahanti, Subhalakshmi Mahanti, and Dr. Pushpalata Mahapatra.
Good afternoon to one and all present over here, esteemed dignitaries of the dais, and dear research scholars. I, Subhalakshmi Mahanti, the research scholar from KIT University, going to present my topic, exploring the interplay between financial inclusion and the investment decision of retail investor Bhubaneswar, a case. This is the structure of my presentation. So, coming to the introduction, we all know that financial inclusion plays a very important and vital role for the economic growth of a country. So, India is a developing nation, and the main focus of our country is to achieving inclusive growth, objectivity, and sustainability. So, in order to achieve the sustainability, it is the need of the hour to make the investor aware about financial inclusion. Now question arises, what is financial inclusion? Financial inclusion in layman language, we can say that it is providing financial service or banking service to the person who are not aware about this and in a very affordable cost. And investment decision is making investment in the financial asset for long-term return or in order to wealth maximization. When we combining both these two, we can say that we will achieve a developed economic growth. So now I mean to say that when we coordinate financial inclusion and investment decision, definitely our economic growth will be boosted. And through the literature, the study reveals that when the investors are going to bank frequently and they are assessing the financial inclusion, they will make an efficient strategy about the investment. The investors who are continuously visiting towards the banks will provide and help them assistance for making long-term or short-term investment. Though many of the studies have developed in financial inclusion, but there is a limited few studies have done about revealing the relationship between financial inclusion and investment decisions. So these are the few literature review. Coming to my objective, it is identifying the relationship between financial inclusion and investment decisions. And second one is to find out the awareness level of financial inclusion of investors. And focusing on the research methodology, the paper or the researcher will use both primary and secondary data for the analysis purpose. Primary data are collected from structured questionnaire and secondary data are collected from various books, journals, magazines, all those things. So we are collecting data from 147 respondents. Out of them, 59 are male and 59 are female and 88 are male. And most of the investors are businessmen and salaried person belonging to the specific region which is good nature. So in relation to my first topic, you can see that 89 respondents have knowledge about financial inclusion and the rest 58 do not have knowledge about financial inclusion because there is a societal concept and as I say, only 55 women have access to the financial inclusion because still our society is believing in some of the stereotype thoughts and women are also in lack of the financial inclusion. So continuing the table, and you can say that total 139 respondents have access to the bank account, and it is kindly 95% of respondents have positive feedback about accessing their bank account. And whenever we are focusing about if bank is providing them investment advice, the respondents have said that moreover 66.19% of respondents are admitting that there is a positive feedback that bank are providing the financial assistance or financial advice to them in order to invest in stock market. And you can see that this is the satisfaction level of investor. Moreover, 34 investors are highly satisfied and 45 are satisfied. It is a positive feedback. Coming to my findings, 64 of respondents are aware about financial inclusion and 95 respondents have access to the bank's account as the analysis says. 69.19 respondents are admitting that banks providing investment advising to them and maximum of investors are investing after the monthly expenditure which are made for their family members. The respondents are highly satisfied to the return and it is said that 34 and more about 32% each respondents are satisfied about the return which are provided from the stock market. Concluding my topic, last we can say that as the analysis done, there is a highly positive relationship between financial inclusion and investment decision, and the investors who are investing inside the stock market for the financial inclusion, they are highly satisfied. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, and that was really on time. Chair and co-chair, please.
Okay, thanks for finish time. So I have some couple of questions. Actually, who are the respondent in your panel?
Sir, I have focusing Bhubaneswar because Bhubaneswar.
No, my question is who are the respondent in your?
Yes, sir. I have taken the investor. You know that currently students are also investing in the stock market. So I have collected data from the institution where I have doing my paperwork PhD. And also I have provided structural questions to the few bank manager and they are also providing me the data.
Okay, then how bank account is related to finance inclusion?
Sir, I cannot heard your question.
How bank account related to financial inclusion?
Sir, bank account is the primary facility which is coming inside the financial inclusion. We all know that Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, it is a very highly significant policy about the financial inclusion and currently also students are accessing financial inclusion or bank account having the zero balance in the account.
So how many attributes are in data set?
Sir?
How many attributes are in data set? How many variables are there?
Yes, sir. There are moreover 8 to 9 variables, sir.
Then finance inclusion one of them.
Yes, sir.
Then how you correlated this data?
Sir, I have gone through questionnaire method, sir, and also.
Which analysis you have? You have not shown any analysis part.
Yes, sir. I have done only tabular analysis method, sir.
Which method?
Tabular analysis method.
What is tabular analysis?
The table I have shown the respondent and their feedback, sir.
Now my question is, what is the analysis technique of use? Like
No, sir, I have not used any statistics tools.
Then how you conclude?
Sir, I only conclude for the tabular analysis, sir.
Okay, in one PPT you have mentioned 34 strength of weight, right? 24.86. Last one. Yes, 34, 24, 36. What is the meaning of weighted score 34, 24, 36?
Sir, coming to this table, sir.
Okay.
Here the very satisfied people are 35, sir, and
Okay.
satisfied people are 45. I take the percentage, sir, because the total population is 147. After that, I have taken the percentage, sir, and write that, sir.
And what is the meaning of this one? 24.36. Bracketed value.
Yes, sir.
What is the meaning?
Sorry, sir, write that.
This is your work, someone else's work. So you should know, right?
And sir, yes, sir, I know that, but this is the weighted table. I have no idea, sir, because my co-writer are also involved in this.
Okay. So what?
What exactly is the topic which you're trying to drive home, that financial inclusion and investment decision? Like, how are they two connected, and given what you have done, as to what has been your takeaway from this, as to have you been able to figure out like more number of people have come into the domain of investment? So what exactly has been the purpose of this?
Yes, sir, I have noticed that more, as comparatively, if we go for the statistical analysis, only women are lack of this financial inclusion, sir, but it is a positive analysis that more and more people are coming through this financial inclusion facility, sir.
Is there any correlation you've been able to figure out between the two? And what exactly is the inclusion you're talking about? You're talking about a sample size of 147,
Yes, sir.
of which you mentioned when you were making the presentation, you said the respondents are people coming from the business class and the salaried class. And when sir was asking who are these people, you said they are also students, right? So what is that mix we are looking at, and what exactly are we trying to figure out from this? Is in terms of whom are we saying that yes, some kind of a financial service has reached. As a result, he is now participating in the economy in some indirect way, in some marginal way. Are you getting it? Because somewhere you are also saying that the people who are going to the bank, the bankers are advising them about certain financial products, but then they're parking their money in savings. You yourself were saying they prefer to invest in savings. So that was already there. Is it not?
Yes, sir.
So what is the takeaway in terms of the inclusion and the investment decision?
Sir, I have seen that there is a positive influence of financial inclusion on investor decisions, but I cannot apply any statistical techniques, sir, for that exactly finding. And for the future, I have.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Uh, Coming to the second paper, that is in online mode. Do we have Dr. Asaf Gupta or Volumo Priti? Not available, sir. Do we have Dr. Krishna Kavita Acharya?
Yes.
So next paper will be Sustainable Strategies and Financial Success, a statistical exploration of ESG metrics and financial performance of Nifty 50 companies by Dr. Krishna Kavita Acharya, Sanjukta Mahanti and Dr. Vishnu Prasad Kar. Sir, serial number 9.
Can you please share our PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Kindly conclude in 10 minutes. After 8 minutes, I will be reminding you.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. I am Dr. Krishna Kavita Acharya, Professor, ABIT College, Cuttack, and my co-authors are Sanjukta Mahanti, Faculty OUPR, and Dr. Vishnu Prasad Kar, Assistant Professor, Astha School of Management. Our title of our paper is Sustainable Strategies and Financial Success, a statistical exploration of ESG metrics and financial performance of Nifty 50 companies. These are the contents of our PPT. In the present dynamic financial environment, now companies have shifted their focus from profit maximization to ESG metrics, environmental, social, and governance metrics. Now, the investors around the world are also depending more and more on the ESG data to evaluate the effectiveness of financial stability and ethical alignment. Now, here the question arises whether really the ESG metrics are having any influence on the financial performance of the company or not. We did a lot of literature review. We found that some researchers have found that there is a positive correlation between ESG metrics and financial results, and there is some researchers found that there is no negative correlation. Some researchers found that there is no correlation. And we observed that mainly the research is on the Western economy. This sort of research is very limited in the case of India. That is why we understand the research gap and we try to identify the ESG impact on the financial performance of the company. We have set three main objectives. First objective is to evaluate the ESG performance of Nifty 50 companies. We have taken clearly environmental score, social score, governance score, as well as the total score of ESG of Nifty 50 companies. And second objective is to assess the relationship between ESG metrics and financial performance of Nifty 50 companies. We try to identify is there any relationship between ESG metrics and financial performance. And third one, out of the three ESG metrics, which component of ESG, environmental or social or governance, this is having a very much emphasis that we want to identify. These are our objectives. And
And we started collecting the data from our research, under our research methodology. From the CRISIL website, we have the ESG scores of all the companies of India. Out of that, we have picked up all the Nifty 50 companies scores. And by going through the annual reports of the Nifty 50 companies, we have collected the financial indicators like return on capital employed, price earning ratio, price earning ratio we have calculated, dividend yield, price book ratio, earnings per share, all the financial indicators we have taken. And of the data analysis portion, my co-author Mr. Mansi is going to present.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope I am audible to all. I am Sanjukta Mohanty, who working as a faculty at OU here. So I am going to present the data analysis part. As we have already discussed that our objective is to find whether there is any correlation exists between the ESG matrix and the financial performance of the Nifty 50 companies. So here we have did the analysis into 4 parts. Initially, we want to get an overview of the entire research by going for a descriptive analysis. We have taken the factors like environmental, social governance, and the financial factor like ROC, ROE, ROE, then the P ratio, PB ratio. So we have initially started a descriptive analysis of all this to have an overview of the financial performance. Then we have gone through a correlation analysis to find out whether there is existing a relationship between all these variables. Then we have done a regression analysis to find out whether how much the dependent variable is influenced by all the independent variables we have taken for our research. Here our dependent variable is the ROC, and all the independent variables we have taken the ESG scores like environmental, social, governance score, as well as the PB ratio, PB ratio, ROE factor, all these. So then finally we want to find out, we want to compare the environmental, social and governance score with the ESG score by going for the ANOVA test. So let's start with the descriptive statistics. This is the descriptive statistics of our analysis, and we found that the P ratio is the average of 47.62, which suggests a strong growth expectation, having a lower median indicating a skewness in this P ratio. Similarly, we have found that the PB ratio also the mean score of the PB ratio is 7.33, which is also showing a financial profitability of the companies. Then the other factors, the descriptive analysis of other factors also we have conducted, and we found that the dividend yield at the modest, which means that 5.3%, 3%, but the median suggests that these companies, these Nifty 50 companies are like over. They are paying a overall good dividend to the shareholders. Similarly, the earning per shares are also good. So the overall financial performance of the Nifty 50 companies are showing a very good reflect. Then next we have gone through the correlation analysis, and the correlation analysis we have taken the hypothesis like whether there is any significant correlation between the ESG scores and the financial performance metrics like ROE and ROC, PE ratio and PB ratio. And alternative hypothesis is there is a significant correlation between ESG scores and the financial performance metrics. And here this is the correlation matrix. Please come to the correlation matrix slide. Yes. So this is the correlation matrix. We found that in this correlation matrix, the correlation analysis of Nifty 50 companies shows a strong link between ROE and ROC, which is 0.89, indicating a capital efficient firm like with higher shareholders return. Then ROE and PB ratio is 0.79, which is also highly correlated. And the ESG components like governance and social 0.82, environmental and social 0.76, showing also a high correlation. However, for the ESG score, so the minimal correlation with the financial metrics like PE, ROE suggested a sustainability, profitability often diverged. Then the valuation is still driven by, like overall we can conclude that the valuation of these companies are driven financial efficiency, where the ESG scores have a very little impact. Then our next hypothesis is regression for the regression analysis is like ESG factors and the financial indicators do not significantly predict the ROC. So here ROC is the dependent variable and ESG factors and the financial indicators are the independent variable. And the alternative is like at least one of the ESG factor or financial indicators significantly predict the ROC. So this is the overall result of our regression analysis, which is very much significant, where the R value is 0.914, highly correlated, and Astha value is 0.8. The model is best fit here, more than 80%. Then adjusted Astha value is 0.803. Then the overall regression analysis shows that the industry PE ratio and the PP ratio and the ROE is having highly impacting the dependent variable, while the ESG score, the environmental, social and governance score is not at all impacting the dependent variable. So more often the ROC is more influenced by the ROE and other financial indicators rather than the ESG scores and environmental, social and governance scores, which is having a very negligible impact on the dependent variable. Next, we have done an ANOVA to make a comparison between all the environmental, social, governance score with the ESG score. Here,
kindly conclude, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Kindly conclude, ma'am. We are running out of time.
Okay. Sir, like in ANOVA, we found that the governance score is having a strongest performing ESG component, whereas the social and environmental are significantly lower than the governance. So overall, and ESG score is lower than all the three components. Like one is the ESG score, two is the environmental, three is the social score, and four is the governance score. So we conclude that the governance score is more impactful. Its scores are more different than other scores. So overall, our finding is like the study finds that the Nifty 50 companies have the strong financial performance, marked by high PE, PP ratios, ROE, ROC, ROE, and PB ratio, ROE, and ROC. So ESG score have a little correlation with the financial metrics and do not significantly impact the ROC. Then ANOVA reveals the significant difference in ESG components like environmental, social, and governance component. These three components are significantly different from each other, where the governance component is highly influential. Governance score are the highest, followed by the social and environmental score. Then we conclude that the Nifty 50 companies show a strong financial fundamental and efficient capital utilization. The ESG performance is moderate and has a limited impact on the financial component like ROC. Governance has the strongest component among the ESG area. So the study highlighted gap between sustainability and financial integration. So the practical implication is the company should integrate ESG into its core strategy and not just as a compliance. Investors must consider ESG alongside financial metrics for a holistic evaluation. Strong governance can drive improvement in environmental and social areas also. So, so this is our overall implication of our study. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair and co-chair, please.
So I have some couple of questions. So what is the novelty of your work? Hello?
Pardon, yes, sir.
What is the novelty of your work?
Sir, we try to find the relationship between the ESG score and the financial indicators, which can help the investors to decide before their investment. But we found that ESG scores do not much impacting the financial performance of the companies. So companies need to give more importance for the environmental, social and governance activities, so which can reflect their financial performance as well.
Then why you consider ROC is an independent variable? Are you thinking ROC is related to your ESG?
ROC is the dependent variable we have taken. ROE is the independent variable.
So why you consider ROE
ROC
is
is return on
independent?
capital employed, which shows the profitability of the company. So high ROCE indicate higher profitability of the company. So we checked whether ROCE is affected by all these factors or not. So we mostly found that ROCE is affected more by financial factor rather than the environmental, social and governance factor.
Okay, how many variables are you consider in your work?
Total variable like ESG score, environmental, social and governance score. So these are the 4 variables. Similarly, ROC, ROE, then like PV ratio, then dividend yield. So these are some the independent variables. Some of the financial factors we have taken.
So total
So
variables
almost
is
10 variables we have taken.
If 10 variables, then your degree of freedom should be 9. Why you come 8?
Sir, we have not taken the dividend yield here.
Why?
But in our descriptive statistics, we have taken all.
No, in a second hypothesis, what is showing in a table, the degree of freedom is 8. In that case, how many variables consider?
Nine variables we have considered.
So why you remove one variable? But in correlation matrix you have considered.
Yes, sir, we have considered all the variables.
No, my question is, during a correlation you consider the 10 variable. So when you consider the ANOVA, you consider the 9 variables.
Sir, for ANOVA, we just want to know that whether there is any difference between the group or not. The groups we have taken for the study, whether there is any difference between those groups or not, for that reason we have conducted the ANOVA test.
Then how do you interpret the coefficient relation in a multiple regression?
The coefficient is given by beta value.
Then how you interpret?
Okay, sir, just a minute. So from the beta value, if we look at the unstandardized coefficient, like the beta value is like we saw that like the ROE having the highest beta value, that is 0.768. So that means the ROE is more influencing the dependent variable, which is ROC, return on capital employed, and return on equity. ROE means return on equity and ROC is return on capital employed. That means return on capital employed is more influenced by return on equity rather than other factors. The other factors we have taken for the study is ESG score, environmental, social, governance score, PV ratio, and industry PV ratio and PV ratio. These are the factors.
Okay, the last question, what is the limitation of your study?
So limitation of the study, due to the time, shortage of time, and due to the unavailability of the data, we have only taken we do not able to do a time series analysis. So time series analysis can give a better accurate result in this case.
Okay, sir.
The next paper is ESG and Financial Outcomes, an empirical study of Indian insurance companies by Mr. Gauri Shankar Sethi, Mr. Dipan Kumar Jena and Professor Dr. Kishore Kumar Das.
respected guests, and my dear colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Gauri Sandhya Sethi, a research scholar of Department of Commerce, Ravenshaw University. Today, the topic of my presentation is ESG and financial outcomes, an empirical study of Indian insurance companies. ESG factors have emerged as a key indicator for investors, creditors, and stakeholders in recent years, as sustainable and responsible investments are gaining importance due to growing awareness of environmental and socio-economic stability. Corporations worldwide are shifting from short-term profit goals to long-term sustainability objectives, emphasizing ESG performance. ESG practices are believed to enhance corporate financial performance by reducing risk and improving returns. Therefore, this study explores the impact of ESG strategies on the financial performance of insurance companies in India and assess their value for shareholders and stakeholders. From the previous literature, it has been found that ESG performance and practices in the insurance sector and how it creates value to firm and to the stakeholder is very important question to be answered. As the investors are looking forward more to social responsibility investment, with the world looking forward to sustainability in every sector. Therefore, this paper aims to study that how ESG activities and ESG performance of a firm affect the profitability and the value of firm, especially the firms operating in Indian insurance sector. So these are my objectives. My first objective is to study the impact of ESG performance on profitability of the insurance companies. Second, to study the impact of ESG performance on operational profitability. Third, to study the impact of ESG performance on market value of insurance companies. So these are my hypotheses, which is based on my research objectives. In this study, ESG scores of 10 companies operating business in insurance sector have been taken from the Thomson Reuters database. The sample companies include LIC, SDFC, ICICI, Max Life, SBI, Tata AIA, Aditya Birla Sun Life, Kotak Mahindra, PNB MetLife, Bajaj Allianz. For this study, the regression analysis and all other statistical analysis are carried out using statistical software Tata 18. My first table shows the result of descriptive statistics, which shows the value of mean, median, standard deviation, and range for my dependent, independent, and control variables. Second table shows the result of Pearson correlation matrix for the independent, dependent, and controllable variables. This result shows that ESG score is correlated with Tobin's Q and ROA in a negative way, whereas ROE has a significant correlation with ESG score. My third table shows the value of variation inflation factor. The minimum possible value should be 1 and VAF more than 10 suggests that CMS multicollinearity might happen. In the case of this study, there is no VAF less than 1 or higher than 10. That suggests multicollinearity is not supposed to affect our analysis. My fourth table shows the result of Osman test. Here, the p-value is less than 0.05, which suggests we must reject the null hypothesis and accept alternate hypothesis, which is fixed effect model is applicable and appropriate for the parallel data regression of this study. My fifth table shows the result of regression analysis, which shows that ESG scores has a positive impact on ROE, whereas there is a negative impact on ROE and Tobin's Q. These are my findings. This will positively affect ESG positively affect ROE and negatively affect ROE are talking to you. These are my practical implications from the study. Insurance companies should recognize that while ESG initiatives may enhance shareholder return, they can negatively impact profitability and market perception. This suggests a need to balance ESG investment with cost-effective operational strategy. ESG activities should be strategically planned and aligned with core business goals to avoid undermining efficiency and investor confidence. Companies should focus on transparent, high-impact ESG practices that clearly communicate value to the market. Investors, especially those pursuing social responsible investing, should critically evaluate ESG disclosure and performance, understanding that high ESG score may not always align with stronger market valuation of operational returns. Policymakers and regulators need to support frameworks that help firms integrate ESG practices efficiently, ensuring these initiatives lead to measurable operational and financial benefits rather than being seen as a compliance cost. Corporate managers should treat ESG as a long-term investment rather than a short-term expense, optimizing ESG initiatives to generate broader stakeholder value and minimizing the operational drawbacks. Finally, I'd like to conclude that while ESG performance positively influences return on equity of insurance companies, it has a negative impact on return on asset and market valuation, suggesting that ESG initiatives may enhance overall profitability but fail to improve operational efficiency or market perception. These findings highlight the need of insurance companies to restructure and strategically implement ESG practices, viewing them not merely as expenditure but as long-term sustainable investments. The results carry important implications for researchers, policymakers, social responsible investors, and corporate managers aiming to align profitability with sustainable goals. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for concluding in time. Chair and co-chair, please.
Any question from audience side? All the audience are requested to please participate. Any question for audience side? Any authors? Okay, so first of all, can you explain why the negative impact over market value of the corporation? Why negative?
Sir, actually, the perception about the
okay, then why you consider only 10 insurance companies? You know how many insurance companies in India as of now, as of today?
It's how much study I have only taken in 10.
Why 10?
Because these are the major holder of the.
How you will they are major?
Actually, I can take, but
the data is I think 35 insurance companies are there, but you are considering 10, right? Then you have used the regression analysis, right? So what are the independent variable or dependent variable?
Independent variable is ESG, and my dependent variables are ROA, ROE, and that means the market capitalization.
Okay. So then how do you interpret the coefficient of the regression? The coefficient value of the regression?
Actually, use the software.
Then what is the novelty? Data set is not yours. Software is not yours. Then what is the novelty? Your work. Is secondary data, right?
Yes.
Then what is the novelty? So what is the limitation of your study?
The ESG scores the raw data of ESG scores are self-reported.
The limitation of your study.
Yes, sir. ESG scores are self-reported by the company, and the control variables like market size and the difference. Others also can be considered as factor which affect the ROA and
Okay.
You said there is a positive correlation of the ROE but a negative correlation for the ROA. So what does ROE comprise of and what does ROA comprise of?
ROE is return on equity.
Yes.
It is for the shareholder, and ROA means the return on asset. So it is the total return from the asset.
So what is the numerator and the denominator for both of them?
Both of them total asset is the denominator.
For both?
Yes.
So how is it possible when the numerator and the denominator is the same for both the ratios, the impact being different, the number should be the same in that case?
It is the operational profitability for ROA, and for ROE it is the return on equity, total value of shareholders.
You are Gauri Shankar Sethi. You are a research scholar or? Okay, what is your background?
I have completed my graduation and post-graduation from Residential University.
Graduation in?
2013.
In what?
Commerce.
Commerce, right. Okay, good.
And I have completed my MPhil from University. And now I am pursuing my PhD in Residential University.
So what makes you think that ROA is supposed to be deemed as operational profitability? Is it somewhere mentioned or is it something which you have thought of that I will treat ROA as operational profitability?
From the previous literature I have studied, there is mentioned as operational profitability, profitability and ROE as profitability.
So that means when I go to the class, so when I tell my student, I should say operating profit is ROA. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, JS, for the wonderful suggestions. Hope it will help him in his PhD. Next paper is moderating effects of demographic factors on digital financial literacy with reference to North Coastal Andhra Pradesh. Doctor, sir.
I hope my voice is clear. Thanks. First of all, good afternoon, and special thanks to the Astha School of Management for this wonderful opportunity. Myself, I'm Bashir, working as national professor and writing the question points for the upon this mission. And today, the approach I will present is the moderating effect of global factors on digital financial literacy for sustainability with reference to a North Coastal Andhra Pradesh. So, coming to this reduction part, hope it is.
Excuse me, sir. Sir,
Okay,
can you put this
and I want to use a disclaimer.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Can you please put this on slide so more, please?
Yeah. Sure. Is it fine now?
Not yet, sir.
Yeah, I think there's some network issue. It's hard to explain. I hope you may get it through.
Okay, kindly continue, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Right, coming to this, development factors of modern technology concepts. First, we talk about what is concepts. So, we all know that awareness of financial services and usage, and as well as the involvement of the individuals by taking these services through digital platforms or digital means is known as digital financial literacy. So here the thing is that payment of the Google Pay, Phone Pay is not all considered as a digital financial literacy alone, because the digital financial literacy is an award which is going to tell you about how you are going to access to financial services digitally, and how you are going to utilize your financial decisions digitally, and how the digital literacy influences you to take the financial decisions or to utilize the financial services. So here, as you mentioned, as you all can be able to see that the rapid advance of technology and the widespread adoption of financial services has transformed the financial utilization and the financial services in this modern era, where the digital financial services are playing a crucial role. So here, the thing is that the digital financial literacy has become an essential part for an individual to include them into this financial inclusion. And coming to this arena, the previous researches or the previous studies that have been considered while conducting this survey, where we found that the previous studies have been observed the crucial factors which are going to influence the individual's financial behavior, like the educational backgrounds of the individuals and the age levels, income level, and the technology exposures, etc. etc. They find these factors which are playing an important and crucial role while defining the financial knowledge of the individuals as well as behavior. So there are less research has been conducted how these demographic factors are going to interact with these specified factors, and how these demographic factors and the specified factors will influence your digital financial behavior is being less studies have conducted so far. Coming to this background, especially for the reason of North Coastal Organization, there is no study has been conducted so far with respect to these sector factors and demographic factors. So this paper is going to deal about how the previously researched factors are going to influence with these moderating factors of the individuals. And the purpose of the study is to investigate the moderating influence of the demographic factors on the relationship between sector factors and digital financial literacy. And coming to these objectives, this paper is all about identifying the demographic factors that could potentially influence digital financial literacy. So we have connected some analysis called factor learning, factor analysis, where we came to know the factors which are having high impact on the digital financial literacy. And then to explore the relation between the demographic factors and digital financial literacy. On the third such of the previous studies, we have identified 4 demographic factors which are having high correlation with the digital financial literacy. So the second objective is all about the violation of the demographic factors, and we have been conducted survey. We have conducted a test to identify these demographic factors influence on the potential influence digital financial factors. And then the third objective is to investigate moderating effects between demographic variables and digital financial literacy. And last but not least is to provide recommendations and strategies to improve digital financial literacy in the North Coastal Organization. So now we will explain the what of the study. Here we have considered, as I mentioned before, through factor learning, factor analysis, we came to know that the awareness, access, knowledge and skills, attitude, behavior, support environment are the factors which are having high impact on the digital financial literacy. But it doesn't mean that these are all the factors which are having an impact on relation with this literacy. These are the factors which are having high impact factor. So based on the impact factor high rate, that is more than 7, we came to we considered. So where we received these 5 variables, and then we have identified these are the 4 demographic factors. We call it the moderating factors for the study. Is age of the respondent, education level of the respondent, income level of the respondent, and the technological exposure of the respondents. So these are the 4 parameters we have taken by relating these 5 different variables, and finally we want to identify how these moderating factors and demographic factors are going to influence the digital financial literacy. So now I want to discuss about the methodology that I have adopted. Actually, we have been taken the 2011 census, where we found that Andhra Pradesh has 13 districts. Out of these 13 districts, these 3 districts are found which are less adoption of the mobile phones and laptops. So where you can able to see that the rural households, the mobile phones rate or percentage is 35.22 in Visakhapatnam, 35.35 in Vijayanagar, 39.9 in Srikakulam, which is less when compared with the remaining 10 districts. And then we have identified the rural households with a computer or laptop or with internet connection. So where also we found that these 3 districts are lagged. And the reason why we consider the North Coastal Andhra Pradesh region to conduct this survey, and then we went to the total population to find out the sample size. We have identified the total population that you can see in this. In this table. I hope it is actually good to you, where I have mentioned the total youth.
Sir, sorry for the disturbance. Your slides are not visible, sir. Only we have seen that introduction slide.
Only first one.
First one only visible.
Sorry, sir. I think my network is not much of good. Because right now I am in hometown in my village. Can I go for screen presentation, sir, without the full presentation, so that I can able to see myself which slide is visible to you?
Yes, sir, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So right now in this slide,
now it's next, sir. It is fine. It's visible.
Yeah. I just want to check out the previous slide because this one I think you have missed out, right?
Yes, yes. Please stop your video, sir.
Yeah. That will be fine. So that I can use my entire network for presentation. Right. So can I go for the objective and the methodology again? Because these are 2 slides which have been missed out.
Sir, please directly come to the conclusion.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So this is what my methodology I mentioned earlier, because we have identified these 4 factors, important factors, and these are the factors which we have considered for the study, and this is my independent variable called distribution. And then we have identified the total level census data, where we found that this Visakhapatnam are the 3 districts which are having less rural household with mobile phone and rural households with less laptop interconnections. So that we consider these three districts are being criteria for the research, because to know whether how many rural households are really equipped with this digital financial literacy and what are the parameters that are not going to involve them with the digital financial literacy. Okay. So and then we went to this population, the universe of this entire study, that is about 10 lakhs, 3,000 members, where approximately the questionnaire has been forwarded to the 1752 respondents, but the sample selected is 981, because you know that the rural household point of view, the main difficulty is to identify their free time first, and then the way they respond, the way we ask the question, the way they understood or perceived the question is different. That's the reason why the 95% from this level, we came to know the final sample size is 400 only, and then we distributed the 400 sample into this percentage outputs into the 20 in Visakhapatnam, 152 in Srikakulam, and 228 in Vijayanagar. Because the Visakhapatnam, the rural households point of view, we need to go to interiors. That means, Taluku Valley, Paddy, etc. That's the reason why, because of this universe size, we came to take only 20 samples from the visor and 152 samples from this column, and the entire program is constructed like this. Okay, and then the model summary of this particular before the model summary, how we have defined this entire population size and the sample sizes. We went to the local government bodies like mandal revenue officers, where we found the individual mandal and village reports, and as well as the individual mandal-wise financial literacy levels. After thorough consideration of those levels and all, we came to finalize the individual district sample size, and then we'll go for because the material and the method that we use it in this test is the correct. So if you identify the factors have an effect or not on a particular segment. Or it is going to identify which can be ignored and how these factors interact with the one another. Like as we mentioned earlier, the slide itself mentioned how the age is going to be related with this awareness, access, knowledge, skills, character, behavior, and how the education and how the income and how the technology explore all these factors and how these factors are together going to influence the digital financial literacy. So in that respect, the model summary is going to explain that the predictor analysis, the predictor model, these are the analysis, these are the factors we have considered as an dependent variables where knowledge, skills, education, age, income, technology exposure, awareness, gender, access, support, and attitude, behavior. Where my independent variable
kindly conclude.
The model summary will R. Sorry.
Kindly conclude, sir. We're out of time, sir.
Yeah. Just a second. It is more than 0.5, which can say that the model is fake. And then we went to the impact of central factors on digital factors. The central factors, as you know, that there are 5 factors we selected so far, where to disclose those entire 4 factors like occupation, education, age, and income. So where you can see the individual, the modern impact called occupation, education, age, and this income has a significant impact with respect to this awareness, access, knowledge, skills, and attitude, behavior, support to the rocket. And finally, this indicates that the access had no impact on the digital financial literacy when you compare with the age, but the knowledge and skills had an impact when you compare with the age. So likewise, the 5 factors that we have defined as dependent factors has a different dependency levels when we compare with the R and R square values. So finally, the results and conclusion point of view. The model also explains that the R value, the R square value, just R is indicates the 6.52. Sorry, I forgot to give you a clear introduction about this table values. But
sir, please come to the conclusion, please.
Yes. Right. So come the final question is reveals that the educational background plays a vital role, as well as the digital financial literacy, which includes the individuals with higher level of education can demonstrate a great proficiency in navigating digital financial tools and services. Moreover, is contribute to the growing body of knowledge in this area. Understand the intersect difference between the demographics and digital financial proficiency. The stakeholders can help develop evidence-based strategies to enhance financial literacy, foster financial inclusion, and promote economic empowerment and increase in digital world. So, which means that the study has been revealed that there are rural households where they have an application level, supporting development, but the whole thing is that their unwillingness and their cyber or risk factors are not being allowing them to utilize these digital financial platforms in
Thank you, sir.
a better way.
Chair and co-chair, please.
As well as part of the
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So, in your abstract, we just conclude your abstract, we mentioned many keywords like machine learning, natural language processing, and privacy and security. Why you mentioned all these things? Is they relevant to your work?
I have an issue actually. So I'm getting your voice some breaking issues because all lies with me because I'm in my hometown.
No, my question, am I audible to you? Hello?
Yeah, yes, you're audible.
Yeah, in abstract.
In my abstract, I have mentioned something you said.
In machine learning and NLP and privacy and security, these all the words why you included here. You have not done any work related to this title, right?
Sir, actually the paper was reversed, sir. I think you have been taking the previous one, sir, which is before release.
What is before review? This is not your abstract.
Sir, I think he might have resubmitted another article.
Okay.
That is what he is presenting.
Okay.
So next paper is
Sir, I want to display my abstract.
Mr. Ashok, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Based on your research, what one policy you think should the government come up with in order to address the issues which you have figured out?
Sir, actually in the rural areas, especially rural household point of view, there are some myths that what is the transaction phase and what is the technology phase, to whom we are supposed to consider, because we don't know what the next forthcoming actions that we are supposed to take. These are the policy matters that the government has to ensure that, and the government officials or the education institutions has to create an awareness about this myth, because the rural household point of view, their congestion is very high actually. But the thing is that their fears and the lack of these infrastructure facilities and the lack of the financial services access in those areas are the one which is not incorporating them to involve in this financial inclusion. That is what the study has been revealed.
Okay.
So the government has to focus on these areas so that the rural households can also participate in this financial inclusion.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
thank you. And next paper will be using sustainability from digital access to ethical accountability, evaluating SBI credit card services in Visakhapatnam through the lenses of financial inclusion and ESG driven sustainability, authored by P. Sanyasi Rao, Tataya Bomali, Chandrasekhar Patra, and P. Lavanya.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity, and Chair and Co-Chair and Professor Sanjay sir and Sir Nandi sir. Sir, please give access to share my presentation, and very much thankful to Astha School of Management.
Sir, please go ahead.
Yes. So please give access, sir.
Technical team, please.
Yes, screen is sharing, sir.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Sir, I hope this presentation is very clear.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And so myself, Dr. B. Sanjay Sura, and Associate Professor, and working in Indian Institute of Information Technology, Autonomous Visakhapatnam. So my research study is digital accessibility to sustainability, evaluating SBI credit card services with the business of financial inclusion and ESG principles. And coming to the structure of presentation, sir. And without any delay, I am going to be scheduled as possible, sir. As we have waiting in this room since last 2 hours, sir. And thank you so much for people for sparing the valuable time. And whereas coming to the structure of presentation, introduction and object-specific study and methodology, material and methodology, or the theory of formulation, results and discussions, and conclusion sections as per form given by the conference people. And whereas coming to the introduction, the digital revolution in India has significantly expanded access to financial services. And with credit cards emerging as a very important instrument in driving financial inclusion, the State Bank of India, as being the largest public sector bank in India, plays a very important role in offering these financial solutions to a diverse customer base. The Government of India has adopted several initiatives to maintain sustainable development goals. To the respect, India has been a debit card marketplace, and that the boom in credit card market has modified. This narrative and the credit card have been prominently used in recent times. And in the past 5 years, credit cards have become commonplace for satisfying the customer requirements like holiday trips, purchase for electronic gadgets and entertainment, and many more. And according to this research, homes continue calls for a consideration cost for the credit card debit worldwide. And this trend has been growing throughout the last decade. So, with the rise of digitalization and financial information, must not only ensure assess but also promote ethical accountability to the environmental, social, and governance ESG framework. And without any delay, and whereas coming to the main objectives of the study, to evaluate the extent of financial inclusion facilitated by the SBI credit cards in Visakhapatnam, to examine the level of ethical awareness and ESG integrate among credit card holders, and to analyze customer perception of digital access and transparency in financial application in SBI credit card services, and to identify operational challenges in promoting ESG-centric credit card usage, and finally, to recommend strategic enhancements for the SBI credit card services under the financial inclusion and ESG. And as coming to the methodology which adapted for this study, the research adapted a mixed method approach which aims to describe the factors that influence the personal loan decisions of the customers of selected private and public sector banks and their impact on customer satisfaction and loyalty. The study is grounded in the triple bottom line and framework, and also theory of client behavior, and to analyze users' behavior and ESG perception. The qualitative data was collected using the structural survey of 400 SBI credit card holders in Visakhapatnam district of Andhra Pradesh state, and using stratified random sampling to ensure democratic representations. And online questionnaires was distributed using the Google Forms to target the credit card users throughout the various social media platforms and also different platforms. And the qualitative information was collected by conducting the in-depth interviews with 20 SBI officials and the customer relationship managers, and select a long-term customers to explore ESG awareness and ethical concern. The analytical tools like SPSS and MVO software are used for the quantitative data analysis and thematic coding and respectively. The statistical tool OneNet number is employed as it compare the means of 2 or more independent groups to determine whether there is a statistical evidence that the associated population groups are significantly different. And whereas coming to the result discussions, so whereas parameters like the demographic factors, and if you observe the percentage for age is concerned, how many credit card users are they responded, and there are the 20% of age respondents in between 51 to 60, and whereas gender is concerned, the more male respondents are responded in comparative period, whereas education is concerned, and graduated or more responded for this credit card usage is concerned. And whereas occupation is concerned, private employees are more responded for the 32.75%, whereas coming to the monthly income is concerned, between 10,000 and 20,000 earners, they are preferred to use this more percentage of usage of credit cards. Whereas coming to the credit card usage, whereas here we have taken two parameters along with the different variables. And the purpose of uses credit cards, like most of the respondents, they're using credit cards for bill payments, and also the factors considering before the selection of the credit card services is for moreover is for late charges as taking highest percentage for usage. And whereas coming to the stability reveals the perception towards the credit cards based on the case respondents, and that out of many parameters, there are the 5 parameters are there. Out of 5 parameters, the first parameter, the rate of interest is reasonable. The most of the respondents responded, 390 respondents responded of this particular what we call the rate of interest reasonable is concerned, whereas the perception towards credit cards based on the gender is concerned, more of the male and female respondents are responded is for the same the rate of interest reasonable out of other parameters, out of all these 5 parameters. And there is coming to the perception towards credit cards based on the marital status, and this is also more of the out of rate of interest reasonable, and these the married or unmarried is concerned. Most of the married respondents are responded because of this rate of interest is the variable is concerned. And there is coming to the perception based on the education background, and this is also mostly the graduated, comparatively post-graduated and schools and ungraduated or uneducated. The most of the graduates have responded willing to use these credit cards based on the most one of the influence variable is the rate of interest. And there has come to the perception towards credit cards based on the monthly income, as you already told you, the first one. And in between 10,000 to 20,000 earners of the respondents, the customer respondents are the responded, and 390 in comparatively all other. And there has come to the same the credit card in comparatively occupation is concerned, occupational respondents is concerned. And again, the private employees, more private employees prefer to use credit cards in comparatively businessmen, government employees, and self-employees. And there has come to the ANOVA analysis. ANOVA analysis, customer perception towards the payment related factors. And out of all these parameters, like the demographic factors, and the p-value is completely insignificant, because as you all know, the p-value is 0.05 is below the significant, more than that is insignificant. So the respondents for usage of this credit cards, which is not significant in relation to the age and not significant in relation to the gender, and also not significant in relation to the marital status, and not significant in relation to the education, and not significant in relation to the monthly income, and also not significant in relation to the occupation. Because if you observe the p-value of each demographic factors are completely more. And there is come to the conclusions and suggestions as per my study is concerned. Banks must reduce the interest rate charges on credit cards to satisfy the customers to reduce the interest burden, and the banks must solve the customers' queries immediately to increase the satisfaction level. And some customers may not be satisfied with the credit card limit because nobody even the bankers is going to be offer credit card whether they be limit or minute limit. So banks must be take care of the customers' credit limit. And the banks request motivating all age groups to select a credit card for their personal use to make payments in the shop and other platforms. And whereas communities to suggest, it is suggested that the card agencies, the banks should take necessary steps to increase their single cardholders and male respondents and higher age group cardholders for better sales and satisfaction, and the social improvements is over further study by Integrating financial access with ethical accountability, this study contributes to more inclusive and responsible financial ecosystem, and it supports for the policy making and banking industry and also fintech and ESG domain, and offering the roadmap of the other financial institutions. The findings can assess regularities of the forming ESG compliant trade norms, and also can encourage customers to align their financial behavior with sustainability and governance objectives. And whereas future research could be expanded to the geographical scope behind Visakhapatnam to the includes a comparative studies across the multiple cities. And additionally, the similar models can be also tested on their financial instruments such as buy now pay later and schemes, and also digital wallets and many more. And these are the references I have taken. And if any queries, let me ask sir. And thank you so much for sparing the valuable time.
Thank you, sir.
My data will be close. We finished as per your limit.
Thank you, sir.
Can you Sanyasi Rao, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you come to your first slide? Come to your first slide.
Yes, sir. First one, sir.
Yeah.
Is it visible, sir? I hope.
Visual. Come to first slide. Now in last slide.
Yes, sir.
This is introduction. Come to first slide.
Yes, sir. Yes. Structure of the presentation.
No, next. Before one. First slide. Title of the
First one.
Title of the paper.
Sir, methodology, sir.
No. Title of your paper.
Yes, sir. Yes.
But your title is something mentioned here also. Abstract also mentioned. Both are different.
Sir, because the grade card services is completely displaced now, sir. I think it's there.
Okay.
Now we have multiple apps are there. I think to reduce, sir, because now many banks are offering the grade process, and even maintaining a call centers to offering the grade cards, and they will be offering third party services to they support they take third party services to offer grade card. But what I supposed to suggest, sir, and if it is a digital accessibility and to sustainability, because many people have access to use as per their limitations concern. With that concern, I have taken this for the title, sir.
But how you related to SBI credit card services to finance inclusion and ESG principles?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As far as I concern, because you are very prominent knowledge in the respective field, and because digital what we call financial services are playing very important roles, sir, in today's day-to-day life of every human being. But if the bankers are supposed to be introduce this kind of what we call the digital accessibility to sustainability, then they reduce the producing of this kind of direct credit card usage respect of digital usage. Like we have simply, for example, we have some Apple Pay or maybe digital wallets and payment gateway.
So what is the ethical?
Somewhat.
Okay. What is the ethical accountability considered here?
Yes, sir. Ethical is concerned now. The banks are offering credit cards to third-party services, because they are not offering directly. They are taking third-party services, and they are giving targets to them to what we call offer the credit cards as per the limit of the respect to customers. But whereas they need to follow the ESG, economic and social and governance principles, and as per the customer interest is concerned. With that perspective, I think mentioned, sir, and further I will check it and change it, sir.
Okay.
For any upcoming presentation. Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Sannyasi, could you go to your findings?
findings, sir.
You mentioned something called ESG compliant norms. What does it mean?
It's yes. So conclusion, yes,
What
sir.
are the findings? I'm not recollecting.
Yes, sir. It's a suggestion. It suggested that the third division of the branch
No,
take
not that.
necessary steps to increase.
Not that. You mentioned
Sir.
certain ESG compliant norms. Just check. Not on this slide, maybe the previous one. Maybe. What exactly it is? What is this slide? What exactly it is? What are
Sir,
the-
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because even irrespective of even public sector plans, maybe some limit, but whereas private sector plans are they are more what we call leading to follow the ESG principles to sell maybe offer these credit cards. With that perspective, I think they will mention that. We can look at it. So yes, sir, this one, sir. This finding can assist regularly in forming ESG compliant trade norms. Sir, as I think we are some familiar about what we call issuing the credit card for respective respondents. But as for the many of the respondents, what is supposed to what we call given the perception is. But if they have a minimum limit, the bank is going to what we call issuing credit card services. But after that, I think the respective respondents, they are supposed to be not follow the proper credit score, and the bank is going to charge more with that respective. And this training of ESG compliant credit norms can encourage the customers to align their financial behavior as per the interest of the customers and the respondents. Without any forcing, sir. I think I may not be. Thanks so much, Professor Sanjay sir and also Mohanty sir. They presented personalities before us for spending their valuable time with us, and I'm thankful to the Astha School of Management for giving this opportunity because I actually want to attend directly. I want to learn some exposure, sir, but due to illness or maybe health issue, I was unable to present directly. Thank you so much, sir, for giving this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next paper is ESG Strategy and Sustainability, Financial Impact Assessment through Panel Data Analysis of Indian FMCG Companies, authored by Ms. Somnalin Sandy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Somnalin Santi, and the topic of my presentation is ESG Strategy and Sustainability, Financial Impact Assessment through Panel Data Analysis of Indian FMCG Companies. So first, today I will share in my article like how the environmental, social and governance practices affect the profits of Indian FMCG companies. So let's begin with a simple question. Why does ESG matter for us? So if I will talk about the FMCG companies, I can say the FMCG companies are a big part of our daily life in India. Across the world, investors now look how companies treat the environment, their employees, their governance practices before investing. But in India, still we ask whether the ESG efforts actually lead to better performance or not. So, to prove that, I find out and I studied 30 listed FMCG companies over a period of 6 years, 2019 to 2024. And I
here. One is you return on assets and the second one is Tobin skill. Now let's come to the literature review part. If I will talk about the literature review, here I have taken some global perspective as well as some Indian perspective. So many global studies shows a mixed results towards the ESG practices. Some say that ESG helps companies to grow, while others say it's a costly and don't help much. In India, researchers like Bose and Mazumdar spot more ESG reports among large foreign-owned firms, while Jha and Zhang warn that many disclosures are just for the show. So these are the research gaps that I found out from the study. So first, though FMCG sector is a very important for Indian economy, but very few studies look at how ESG affects the financial performance in this area. Now, come to the second gap. I can say that most studies don't separate the environmental, social and governance factors to see which one has the biggest among the term effects. And many Indian studies use the outdated methods and they don't use any kinds of advanced analysis like panel regression and all. Let's come to the objective and hypothesis part. So here I have taken 4 objectives and to prove that I have taken 4 hypotheses. The first objective is to examine how Indian FMCG companies' financial performance is impacted by ESG ranking as a whole. And the second objective is to study how environmental factors affect Indian companies' financial performance. And third one is to look into how financial success and social responsibility initiatives relate to one another, and the last objective is to assess how corporate governance procedures affect Indian FMCG business and the financial performance. Related to that, my hypotheses are there are statistically significant relationships between the variables. Now let's come to the methodology part. So here I have taken the secondary data to analyze the impact of ESG performance on financial outcomes. I have taken 30 FMCG companies and my dependent variables are ROA and Tobin Q. My independent variables are ESG as a whole plus separate E, S and G. So the tools here I have taken here is panel data regression model. Now let's come to the data analysis and interpretation part. So to prove the first hypothesis, that is H1, which states that there is a significantly relationship between ESG rankings and the financial performance of Indian FMCG company. So here I have tested 2 relationships, that is ESG and ROA, and second one is ESG and Tobin Q. So from the analysis, I find out that the regression result in the first case is showing a significant relationship between ESG scores and ROA, whereas it is showing the negative correlationship between the 2 variables, which is saying that because of ESG practices, somehow that is affecting the short-term profitability of the company. Now let's come to ESG scores and Tobin Q. We find out that there is no significant relationship between ESG scores and Tobin Q. Now move towards the data analysis and interpretation of second, third and fourth hypothesis. So here I find out that if individually I will talk, the environmental aspects has impact only on ROA and there is no significant relationship between environmental factors and Tobin Q. In the same way, in case of social and governance factors also, it is showing the insignificant result. Now let's come to the discussion part. So first one is, it is showing a negative short-term impact. So ESG scores have a short-term negative impact on the ROA and it is not
affecting the Tobinsky result. Then next, it is only statutory pressures and not strategic integration. Many Indian firms may still treat ESG as a compliance exercise rather than an integrated part of business strategy, which leads to cost without commensurate benefits. Next point is capital intensity of environmental compliances. Investments in sustainable packaging, renewable energy and emissions control requires upfront capital that may not yield immediate wages. Fourth one is limited investors' demand for ESG in India. Compared to the developed countries, if I will talk about India, then Indian investors are not aware of the ESG impact and they don't focus on the ESG impact on the financial performance. Now, sector focused, that is FMCG sectors depend heavily on resource-intensive operations, make it particularly intensive to environmental regulations and supply chain disruptions. However, the picture is not all negative. With the implementation of BRSR framework, companies may begin to take ESG more sincerely. If they integrate it, ESG could lead to long-term value creation and a stronger reputation. Now let's come to the conclusion part. So if I will conclude, I can say that like ESG effects reduce short-term profit for Indian FMCG companies. Short-term profit in the sense I can say for the short term the profitability may go down, but if ESG will be implemented, then in the long run we can see the profitability. Second, investors don't reward ESG debt. Like in India, I already told, like Indian investors are not aware of the ESG practices. They don't bother about the ESG and that reflects on Tobinsky's and it don't affect the market value of the shares. Third, companies target ESG as a rule, not as a business strategy. Fourth, over the time, ESG can bring long-term value. If companies make ESG part of their broad and process, then they can become stronger and more tested. So to end, I can say that ESG is not a quick win, it's a long-term process. Indian FMCG companies need to move from just reporting ESG to truly living it in their products as well as in the business, so that they can implement ESG for the long term and can get benefited out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, and I appreciate your time. You have really completed time. Our chair, please.
Okay, madam, can you come to your data set? Can you show the data set? How many parameters you consider? So how to validate your data? Validation.
Like here I have done the correlation analysis, regression analysis of ESG as well as individual factors also. I have computed the t-test as well as p-value I have computed.
No, my question is validation. Come to validation. How to validate your data?
Data that I have taken here. So I have taken here 30 FMCG companies, and so out of total 176 FMCG companies, I have taken those 30 companies whose market values are high, and I have only taken the listed companies and I have not.
Market value high on which date?
On the last date of my in 2024.
So you yearly consider or monthly consider our data?
Yearly.
Yearly. Okay, then how to interpret the missing data value? Or there is no missing data value there in data set?
Some missing data
Then
value.
how to handle the shift?
For that I have taken the Domitius model so that I can avoid the errors that affected.
How missing value how to interpret? Okay, what is the processional dependency we have to solve? In panel, you are considered panel letter, right?
Yes, sir.
So in a processional dependency, how to solve in a panel letter? Okay, reliability study, how to be? You have to use the consequence alpha value something. Reliability of the concept. So your objective is core objective, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you go to findings PPT? Can you interpret one object to each findings?
All the points you have to explain?
No, each findings, every, the four objectives, four findings, right?
Four findings.
So whether they satisfy your hypothesis?
So if I will talk about the satisfaction level, then H1 is partly satisfying and H2 is also partly satisfying, but H3 and H4 they are not satisfying.
So what are the limitations of study?
So limitations, like I have already told you, here I have taken only 30 companies out of 176 companies.
So only one limitation, right?
And here I have not taken the private limited companies and unlisted companies, here I have not considered here.
Okay. So data set is not your data set, right? It is a secondary data set.
Yes, sir.
So what are the methods you have used? Panel data, all are the existing methods, right?
Yes, sir.
So what is the novelty? What is the contribution in this work?
Contribution in the sense I have only calculated the things.
This is only contribution. Because data set is not your data set. Somewhere is available data set you use. Existing method also not your method. All existing methods. So what is the novelty? How you publish your paper? Okay, have you compared your work with some existing work?
Yes, sir.
So what is your opinion?
So I think maximum of the work's been done on the Nifty 50 companies that we hold, or they have not done any sector specific companies. So sector specific companies analysis have done very less.
Okay.
So I can say that from that point of view, my analysis is somehow different.
The analysis is different, or how findings
How
is different.
findings are different?
So can you tell me within 2 lines what is your conclusion from your end? Being a researcher, what is your conclusion?
So if I will conclude, I can say that ESG practices should be implemented by the companies, and if the results we won't see in the short term, but in the long term period, it will definitely show us the results. It will increase the profitability as well.
No, can you justify your statement?
Like from the analysis only, I am saying.
But this analysis is only based on only 34 companies. How many companies are there, FMCG company in
I
India?
think around 176.
So 176, how justify overall?
That is also one of the limitations.
Okay. Sorry.
You mentioned that long term it would be beneficial if ESG practices are undertaken. So why would a company undertake an ESG practice given that when you say that the short-term profit is getting affected for a company? Because at the end of the day, the financial objective of any company is wealth maximization. So is it not a disconnect from the financial perspective when we look at a wealth creation from the investor's point of view? Because ESG would be treated as a compliance cost, as you rightly mentioned.
In the introduction also I have told you, though recently Indians are now more focused on the environmental and social all those chapters, but in the long term, if I will say, the mindset of the investors are changing, and if I will compare Indian study with a foreign study, I can find out in foreign countries they are more conscious about the social, environmental and these factors. So that's why I can say that in the short term maybe it's not impact our financial performance, but in the long term, if I will say, as the investors' mindset are changing, if I will talk about the investors' behavior, so somehow it may impact on the profitability of the company.
You mentioned somewhere that packaging is an important aspect for an FMCG. So you find that if you were in a different packet versus in India getting a Haldiram namkeen would be in a different packet? Because you said US people follow that, or the US companies follow that. Is it happening?
In some countries it is happening, in some it is not. Till now it's not implemented fully. But we are focusing on the ESG chapter to implement it fully.
So that means there is no incentive per se for the company to move into the direction of ESG because it is an added cost.
Yeah.
So how do you implement that? Otherwise we are just talking theory. There is a forum happening on the world front, but nothing much happening on the ground. That's it. So should we agree on this? Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. The next paper is Generative AI for Predictive Analysis and Sustainability in Stock Market Data, authored by Mr. Suryakant Sahu, Mr. M.D. Asif Khan, and Professor Dr. Bhagirathi Nayak.
Good afternoon, all. Respected Master and Professor and all the faculty members and students. My title is Generative AI for Predictive Analysis will be in stock market data. Financial data, financial markets are inherently volatile and complex, making stock price prediction and challenging tasks. Traditional models often fall short in dynamic economy. So generative AI, with its ability to create realistic synthetic data, offer a powerful alternative for modeling and market behavior. When combined with ESG data, it offers new possibility for sustainable and transparent financial forecasting. Computer related work, we are listening from research organization and research lab also. In the research lab, the increasing importance of sustainable investing and the need for long-term value creation for a predictive model also aligned with the ethical and sustainable financial research. And next figure is most application in the domain of stock market prediction remain relatively on underexplored. And next gap is the insufficient exploration and application of developing a predictive model for not intensive forecasting access to the stock market. And limited use of generative model in financial sustainability. There is a lack of comprehensive framework that applies generative AI to simulate the forecasting sustainable scenario in dynamic financial market. So my objective is that identify the factors to evaluate generative models for simulating synthetic financial sciences data to improve market prediction accuracy and reduce data processing. And second objective is examining to integrate the environmental, social, and ESG indicator into generative framework to support sustainable investment decision making. And third objective is demonstrate the ethical, regulatory, and technical implications of deploying generative AI in financial market with a focus on interoperability, bias mitigation, and respective AI use. From methodology, study is a quantitative data-driven approach to evaluate generative AI both in improving stock market prediction with ESG integration. So first model is like SPM and ESG model. It is used for classification and regulation of stock price trends. Integrate ESG factors for sustainable analysis. Maximize margin between classes for both performance. And generative ESG model that forecasts future stock price using historical and ESG data and excel in capturing several different cities together. The research is experimental and comparative designed to assess the impact of business model or prediction across robustness and sustainability income decision making. So data collection, like financial market data collected from Yahoo Finance, stored in OSL LSB format in this file, and that is the Nifty 50 data range from past 1/6/2022, 30 May 2025. And ESG customer data generated by me is the Python code. This is the SPM and ESG model. The model objective credit stock market movement classified and using the support information and environmental development governance score. So data is the Nifty 50 data and ESG score. And architecture, that's the input layer that you are using like historical data, ESG score, technical indicator like RSI and MSCD, moving average commensurate, and data processing normalizations and scaling of data, and feature selection or dimensional variations, level variation for classification. And classification about the trend, the direction upward or downward, and kernel function is the RBF kernel depending on the feature space. Training and validation, 80 and 20 split data like train and test data, and output classification level, that is market movement, upward direction, downward direction. SPM and ESG model, this is the features that handle structured or unstructured financial data robust in noise and or limited data environment, suitable for evaluating sustainable performance, and performance evaluation MSC, RMSC, RPS, percent error, and ESG integration shows enhanced general capability. And this is a block diagram of SPM and ESG model, data into ESG and stock data, and then go for kernel, then classifier and predictions. And this is the prediction graph for different companies like Nifty 50 companies like HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank, two banks, their predictions. And LP Bank, LP and Reliance and TCS. The performance measure using MSC and RMSC and error, percent error and accuracy. So HDFC, ICICI Bank, LP, Reliance, TCS stocks are follows. So HDFC Bank, MSC, that is 14.39 and 683.9. And RMSC cases 3.794729028 and percentage 0.251, and their accuracy 89.16. In ICICI Bank it is 95.57, LP is 92.03, Reliance is 96.65, and this is 85.49. And here accuracy, more accuracy in Reliance as well as ICICI Bank. The performance of model across all Nifty stocks. So here Astha constantly exceeds 95%, indicating that SCA model when enriched with the ESG data was highly effective in capturing stock price movement. Stocks with more stable ESG profiles such as Reliance exhibit slightly higher trading accuracy compared to a high volatile stock like Adani Enterprise or Tata Motors. And here average of this Nifty 50 stock, the MSC is 12.0 to 12.4, RMS is 3.49. Error is a percentage error 0.27, as well as 95.87. So come to the second model, generative LST model. Here the model objective is to predict the next day closing price, and we are using the Nifty 50 data, sequential ESG data, technical indicators, and data set we are using the time period first 06 and 2022 to 30 May 2025. More particularly the more data that is difficult for CSP for Nifty data and the model architecture is very important. Here 2-layer ASTM with 50 units figure. 2-layer with LSTM with 50 units and proper 0.2 for evaluations, dense layer 1 given and 60-day ruling input rules and optional Adam and lost the MSC and 80-20 test train and test free. And performance matrix you are using MSC, RMSC and SPS and your percentage there. And here average accuracy is 98.03 and this is block diagram, data input, sequential ESC, stock data, generative LSTM model, dropper, test layer and forecast. Yes. This is the predictive graph. And this is the performance measure of different like agency, bank, entry and relax pieces. And here highest accuracy is that is Axis Bank is 98.36 and Reliance also 98.8 and other also pieces of 95 and FP also 96, Axis Bank also 95. So highest here Reliance and as well as Axis Bank above 98. So predicted accuracy of S impact in high predicted accuracy achieved is the negativity shows up 95% to 98 accuracy and top performance is the Reliance, ITC, SB Bank, NBTC greater than 98% and even volatile RME, ALD maintain 95 greater than 95%. And impact of ES integration stabilized for prediction during the market volatility, reduce noise sensitivity of previous morning. ES score and added non-financial context to support decision making. So here the average of necessity stock is. So 98.06.
Can you conclude this?
Yes. This is performance comparison SPM and ESC model along with the generative ESC model. So MSC 12.0. Q12.4 and generative LST model 4.15, RSM 3.49 and here 2.14, mean square 0.27 in LSTM that is 0.16 and accuracy is of 95.87 SPM ESC model and LSTM model is 98.03%. So it supports sustainable finance is objective. Both models control the responsible investing by these factors into financial predictions. So SPM ESC model enables the efficiently ESG alert scaling, support real-time decision making, ideal of short-term assessment. Ideal for short-term assessment. In generative model there is long-term ESG impact forecasting, enables scenario modeling, and aligned with the US sustainable development goals, SDG. And ESG performance reporting program. And together both models for offering a competency AI-driven toolkit for sustainable investing and decision making. This is a conclusion. In conclusion, generally AI model, LST model provides a high accuracy, that is 98% comparison with the SBM and capture the temporary ESG dynamics in market trends, suitable strategic planning and policy alignment program. And SPM ESG model strong in static ESG scaling, useful in short-term interpretable decisions, and reinforcement ethical sustainable consumption. And both models are valid for validate the importance of ESG integration. That is SPM static ESG influence and LSTM dynamic ESG influence over time. And finally, generative ESG model is superior in predictive accuracy and sustainable alignment. And my future work may focus on implementing explainable AI techniques like SAP and lighting to provide better interpretability, alarmistic, polar, production and how the ESG factors increase stock price prediction and essential state work building the best agents. And there is a reference.
Thank you, sir. Chair and co-chair, so this is please.
Okay, so I have some couple of questions. Your title saying that generative AI for predictive analysis and sustainability in stock market data, right?
Yes.
So your stock market data you are using, why you are using LSTM model and GR why not use?
There is a lot of model for LSTM model provide I think better accuracy.
Okay. In what case you see the better accuracy?
So actually, you are using the LSTM model including the ES data, MOS data. So I think it will provide the better opportunity. And previously, some latest review have followed that it LSTM model, SMS plain models are here, and it gives accuracy like 94%, 93%. So I think that I will use the ES data sustainability that it provides a better opportunity and better accuracy.
But in your objective you mentioned how to identify the model become right? A model, how become model become a objective. Your objective is not model, right? Your objective is how the generative AI used for the stock market data. So how you consider the objective is one of the how to identify model is the objective you mentioned. So whatever the data set you consider all the secondary data, right? And what the model are you have used in your generative AI and predictive analysis, all are existing method also.
Yes, existing model, but we are using the like the LSTM ESC data, so it is different.
Now what I am saying, model already existing, data is already existing. Right? They will create your own data, all are secondary data. Right?
Yes, secondary data.
So what is the probability is there?
So you are using the Gen AI, like LSTM and ESC data.
So LSTM already existing, na? Long short-term memory is already existing.
So here adding the ESC data.
Okay.
Actually,
So definitely nobody use the ESC data, you are using LSTM as of now.
So ESC data is in different model.
Okay, not LSTM. So this is only number. Right? So in a long term memory, what is the long, what is short in your work? LSTM stands for long short term memory. Right? What is long, what is short?
Here, say.
Okay. Then whatever data validation you consider, only your data is split into two parts. One is your training and testing, 80 and 20. Whatever validation.
Validation is like.
Okay. Then how R square become a accuracy? In particular mention R square underscore accuracy you mentioned. What is the meaning? What is the interpret?
R square and there is one value that is accuracy for accuracy purpose formula is there. Accuracy equal to 1 minus that is R square.
Oh, what is R square exactly? R square is nothing but coefficient of determination, right? So how come accuracy this one? Accuracy something is different than R square. All are linear data. These all are linear data or non-linear? Linear data. That means when you plot linear data, what the x-axis and y-axis are represented at some x-axis bank or something that I was showing, right? So what x-axis and what y-axis represent?
X-axis
can you go to that PPT? That
x-axis is equal to day.
Yeah. What axis represent days?
Days.
Okay, then y axis?
Y axis is equal to closing price.
Closing price of company.
Particular company.
Particular company. Then why consider two company only?
Here 5 companies there is mentioned. 5 companies.
So your data only based on the 5 company.
So 50 companies. What I here show that is only 5 companies.
Why?
Like it's more.
No, it's not like that. Data is considered 50 company, but it's showing here 5 company. Right? So we go to previous table. One table is showing. No, not really. The table having, yeah. So can you tell me here, after decimal value, 9 digits are representing. What does it mean? After decimal, you are showing the 9-point representation. What is the significance of this one? Have you seen any paper who can represent after decimal up to 9 digits? And consider my question.
Yes.
So why? What is the meaning of this one?
Sir, actually, I am generate this value in Python course.
No. Whatever we code you generate, that is not my question. My question is, after decimal, why you mention 9 digits? Is there any significance?
So more there is
What?
error.
Error. You see, mention R square, last column. You are saying R square underscore accuracy. So what is the meaning R square underscore accuracy? Same question. The maximum value R square is 1. How do you 89.1?
Why you multiply 100?
Multiple by?
100.
Why?
To so the red accuracy, highest accuracy.
What is the need of this?
Accuracy.
R square value is 1. If you total R square result is equal to 1, that means your model perfectly fit.
The result is not 1, that is less than 1.
Okay. Then the R square mentioned here R square 8.91.
After calculating the accuracy formula,
Huh.
so it gives the rate.
What is the accuracy formula here?
Accuracy, there is
You have not done confusion matrix also. Then you take the normalization. Which normalization method you use in the model? Okay, sir.
Just one question, you mentioned about ESG being used and the predictive AI you are using for the next day closing price. How is the ESG connected with the next day closing price?
His head, Odisha chapter.
ESG data is converted to the ESG data and accuracy data. The more is converted to the
Film musician, actor,
ESG data. That data will be
Now ESG is a score, it doesn't change every day, I suppose. Does it change every day?
No, sir, if some mathematical functions are converted to the rest price. When in more.
Let us say Monday there is an ESG score which is published data. Some number, let us say, right? Will that ESG score change on a Thursday?
It's a quarterly data.
So for that quarter, that data remains the same.
Yes.
But in that quarter, there are going to be 90 days, out of which minus some days on Saturday, Sunday, trading doesn't happen. Rest of the days, you mean to say the ESG score remains the same for that quarter. So how is that score going to help me predict Monday the price versus Tuesday the price, wherein the score remains the same? So how is the AI using the ESG score as an input to predict the next day the price?
So you are using the previous day data plus this data more both data.
Fine, please understand, it is redundant. Monday the ESG score is 1, Tuesday also it is the same, Wednesday also it is the same.
Yes.
So it is not giving me any further information to predict for Thursday what the price is going to be. That means the price on Thursday is independent of the ESG score, irrespective of how you layered it on your model. You have laid it on a model called LSTM, that is fine. But is it giving any added input in terms of predicting? Otherwise everybody will do this. आपको पकड़ लेंगे, बोलेंगे boss, take my money. You are the king for markets. हम लोग डर जाते हैं. Yeah, that is. Otherwise, this is all basically what do you say, academic in nature, so to say. Is it not? So, what is the takeaway of why somebody would want to do something on these lines if it is not adding value per se? Fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. in the last paper of this track, that is bridging the information gap for sustainable rural development, evaluating effective utilization of communication methods for women farmers in Odisha by Deepti Saxena, Dindayal Swain and Professor Dr. Bhagirathi Nayak.
A very good evening to everyone. My name is Deepti Saxena. I am a research scholar. I am currently pursuing my PhD from Sri Sri University, Cuttack. And my topic is, today I am going to present my working paper, which is on bridging the information gap for rural sustainable development, focusing on the communication method used by women farmers. So this is the layout of my presentation. I will cover these topics. So these are my objectives. To explore the different communication methods for reaching out to rural women farmers. And the second is also highlight these and come to the communication difference and information use. Because communication and information access is something very important in agriculture sector. So my study is also, is about knowing their preferences and choices related to this one. And the third one is impact of communication method or improving the flow of agriculture to the farmers. And based on these three objectives, I have formulated some hypotheses. So one is like efficient communication method for reaching out women farmers, or alternative is, of course, there are communication methods for reaching out women farmers. And the second one is no significant impact of communication method on improving the flow of agriculture, as well as the alternative hypothesis focuses on a significant impact of communication methods on improving the flow of agriculture information. And the third one, there is no significant attainment of sustainable success in the agriculture, whereas the alternative one highlights on the significant attainment of the sustainable success in this sector. So this is the methodology I have used. The study was conducted in Odisha, having 5 districts, which are Ganjam, Koraput, Mayurbhanj, Kalahandi, and Kyoto. And the sample frame is women farmers. So sample unit I have taken is 100. And the data has been obtained from the agricultural statistics 2018-19, which is available online from the Government of Odisha website. And the data has been collected through a structured questionnaire, while also following the interview and the interview discussion with the women farmers. And the data and also the legal scale is also used for question answer for obtaining the questionnaires. And the data analysis part, using the data statistic tool, I have also done contact alpha test, the KMO test, and ANOVA test. So just very quickly about this hypothesis. So this is the result of my data analysis part, and the result shows that the first hypothesis is whether the effective communication method exists. The null hypothesis was rejected, and confirming that the efficient communication method do exist for rural women farmer in Odisha. So should I, sir, go detail into this? Okay, sir. And this is the 2 and 3, and these are the findings. So the findings suggest that, like, if we go for the combination of additional digital and the community-oriented channels, then definitely we can empower women farmers in Odisha, and we can also achieve the different sustainable goals which we are planning to have in agriculture. And the same way we can also deliver agricultural education and training to women farmers, so which is currently they are lacking at the moment. Access to market information, agricultural input, those are very important in agriculture. That is something this can be addressed through this process. And having active participation in decision making, because at the moment women are lacking in decision making power, and they are not able to take the properly informed decision in agriculture, which is very important. So that is something we can cater through this. And another one is customized messaging, because this is a very important factor. Currently, they are receiving messages, but sometimes, while using mobile phones, WhatsApp and other platforms, they are not able to frequently communicate with this one. Maybe some are not able to use smartphone, or maybe not able to understand what exactly the message is. So this is something can be catered, like so they can customize the message as per the base of understanding of women farmers, considering their age factor, their background, their education level, and the other socio-economic factors. This is something can be done. So like communication strategies can focus using local languages, more pictorial and visual representation, so they can easily understand. Language should not be the barrier for them. And then consider local resources availability. So as per the local availability of resources, that is something can be considered. And then of course this will be like enhance the effectiveness, reliability and overall outcome of the agriculture system. And this is also another finding I would like to highlight. Like currently also there are extension workers and village level companies, village level functionaries, women-led organizations, for example, self-help group, all are working. But there are some issues with them. Like on paper they look very good, but there are some issues with the functionality of these groups. So this is something if government and local developmental agencies along with local NGOs, if they can come together and address those issues, so that will be helpful for women farmers, particularly in the Odisha agriculture. And then of course, regulations, schemes, government of Odisha has already implemented so many schemes, but there are still some loopholes, because by talking to women we have got to know, just I'm giving one example, like land laws related to land management. So there are like laws, but they are unable to avail that because the land is not in their name. So this is something that needs to be considered to have the holistic development of the sector. And then of course, the policy support is also required, advocacy is required, so tailor-made communication strategies can be developed for them so they can come together and avail the benefit actually they deserve for. And digital literacy, technology access, these are some of the important points, because nowadays everybody is using smartphone, WhatsApp, Facebook and everything, but somehow women farmers are still lacking. They don't understand how to understand those messages, how to use devices. So this is something if training can be done at the village level with the support of local NGOs and functionalities, that will be very helpful for them to gain the access. And then of course, very quickly about the conclusion. The findings suggest that the communication strategies, customized communication strategy is not an option, but this is actually essential. And wherever any government agencies or developmental agencies or local NGOs, those who are working in the area, if they are working, so they need to come together and think about the making communication strategies which is actually can address those challenges which women farmers are facing. Not just keeping in mind about the male farmers, because there is a huge difference. There are socio-economic factors which are working, gender-related norms are there, and of course, women related to like age and other factors like their understanding, education, and family support. All those things are matters, so they need to consider about that. So, of course, this is also highlight about the policy intervention, and this study also suggests to have the hybrid communication, which is a combination of communication model, which includes the traditional communication method as well as bringing with the new communication methods. This is something can be applied in this case, because as we say that the one size doesn't fit for all, the same way only one communication strategy will not work in this case. So if we have the combination of communication strategies for this, then definitely we can capture need of the women farmer in this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so I have only a couple of questions because we are running late of time. First of all, why you are so interested for the women farmer, not a male farmer?
Because I have seen the reason is that India is famous for its agricultural landscape, and when we talk about farmer, the first thing comes in our mind is male farmer. But actually, the interesting fact is that 80% of agricultural operations are done by women farmers. and they are contributing more as compared to male farmers to food security and rural economy, but still their contribution is underestimated. And the issue is that the challenges part which has been missed in this presentation, they are having the issue of accessing the information related to market, input, new technology, and that is why there is an actual need for women farmers to have all this, not male farmers.
So your work based on the women farmer in Odisha.
Yes.
So out of 30 districts, you have only considered 5 districts, which is less than 15% of the district.
Right.
Then how you claim across the Odisha?
Sir, actually, to be very frank, I learned about this opportunity very late and I really wanted to participate in conference. So that is the reason I have selected only 5 districts, and the rationale for selecting these 5 districts was like the women representation districts which are having women representation of more than 35,000. So in these 5 districts, women cultivations are more. So I have selected this.
But you have to consider out of at least 60-70% of coverage you have to consider. Because 5 districts is less than 15%. So you cannot claim that women farmer across Odisha. You can call across the 5 states.
Sure,
And then another question, the last question, are you thinking the Subhadra Yojana what momentum initiated right last year? Is there any impact and impression communication between women farmers? Recently, 1 year back, the government of Odisha initiated the Subhadra Yojana. Right? Are you being a research scholar? Are you thinking it will affect on the implementation of communication method in Subhadra Yojana?
Sir, I do believe that, but sir, I really don't know the entire part of the policy. But if I can read and I can tell you, because there are few things which are still missing. When I was in the field while discussing with women farmers, they told me that schemes, governments are coming with a new scheme, but there are some loopholes. That is why women are not able to get fully benefited from these schemes. So right now I'm not able to comment on that because this is something I don't know completely. But definitely I will take it your point, and then I can go through and then see that communication method how this can be done.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Agarwal and Officer for chairing this session. And now I hand over the session to Madam Uttam. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, Professor Pramod Chandra Rao. I take this opportunity to thank the track chair and co-chair for their valuable contribution to this particular track of paper presentations, which was nothing less than exhaustive, critically stimulating as well. And I also thank the rapporteur for handling this session so well, even heavily. And without any further ado, I would like to inform this to all our audience members, the research scholars and the paper presenters, that our chief guest and our guest of honor have already arrived. I would request the track chair and co-chair to please proceed towards their seats, and we would shortly start with the valedictory session itself. I would now hand over the session to Professor Kali Prasad Sarpati, who will be driving the valedictory session forward. Sir, please take over. The stage is all yours.
Let us give a standing ovation. Sir.
Namaskar and good evening. Honorable Chairman, Rotarian Sri Vijay Kumar Patra, revered guests, Honorable Chief Patron Dr. Ramji Mahanti, esteemed Patron Professor Dr. Samira Subramanian, esteemed Director Statutory Compliance and Communication Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Panda, respected Dean Training and Placement Professor Inasis Mahanti, respected Dean Academic Affairs Professor Manoranjan Naik, respected convener of the International Conference Dr. Vishnu Prasad Sir, respected academicians, faculty colleagues, paper presenters, admin colleagues, distinguished print, electronic and digital media partners, esteemed sponsors of the International Conference, and my dear students. On behalf of Sri Panchamukhi Educational and Charitable Trust and Astha School of Management, I, Professor Karnasa Sapati, extend a great, grand and gracious welcome to all of you to the valedictory session of the 2-day International Conference of Fostering Inclusivity for Future Sustainability, Global Perspective and Local Action. Well, for the past 2 days, this campus was not just a space for discussion. It became a global Pathshala of inclusivity, innovation and inspiration. Kora Paniro Ondharaku Chhadi, Alokoku Panchivaro Jatra Ebe Arambha Hela. I mean, leaving behind the darkness of exclusion, we now step into the light of shared futures. Moving ahead, with immense joy and delight, I would like to inform all of you that Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sambalpur University, Professor Dr. Vidhu Bhushan Misra, is virtually present in the valedictory session as the chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please put your hands together for our chief guest, Professor Dr. Vidhu Bhushan Misra. I welcome you, sir, to the valedictory session of the International Conference, and we express our collective gratitude for gracing the ceremony despite your ill health, sir. We are indeed grateful, sir. I am privileged enough to inform all of you that Dr. Kishore Kumar Das, Professor and Head Department of Commerce, Ravenshaw University, is present in this auditorium as the esteemed guest of honor of the valedictory ceremony. May I request Professor Inasis Mahanti to greet Dr. Kishore Kumar Das with a flower bouquet as a token of love and appreciation from the entire Astha family. I request Professor Praveen to put the bag. Thank you, sir, for getting the valedictory ceremony of our international conference. I am equally privileged to find the benign presence of our Honorable Chairman Rotarian Sri Vijay Kumar Patra in this valedictory session. I request Professor Manoranjan Naik to welcome Honorable Chairman with her flower bouquet. I and I request Professor Pramesh to take the dais. We are indeed grateful, sir, for your presence. Please kindly take it. I also take this opportunity to welcome Professor Dr. Manas Kumar Das, Odisha State President, CA Chartered India, Managing Director and Distinguished Professor and Scientist, AI, IT, Chemical Technology and Musicology. As esteemed guest of this ceremony, I request the convener of the international conference, Dr. Vishnu Prasad. I request Professor Jyotiranjan Mahanti to welcome Professor Dr. Manas Kumar Das as a father. And I request Professor Pramesh to take the dais. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the valedictory section of the international conference. We are indeed privileged to have you here, sir. Now proceeding ahead with the agenda of the valedictory session, let us feel the essence of this international conference. In this regard, I'd like to invite our very own Professor Jinasis Marti, esteemed Dean Training and Placement, a guiding force of this international conference, to present the rapporteur's report. Please, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Professor Chakravarti. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Vidhu Mishra, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sambhalpur University. Esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Kishore Kumar Das, Professor and Head Department of Commerce, Revenue University. Honorable Chairman, Dr. Vijay Kumar Patra. Honorable Chief Patron, Dr. Bankim Mohanty. Esteemed Principal, Professor Dr. Samila Subramanian. Esteemed Director, Chartered Compliance and Communication, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Manda, Revered Guests, esteemed academicians, paper presenters, and dear friends. I definitely present my appropriate report before this August gathering, but you might have marked while we sing Honorable Chief Guest of the valedictory ceremony, Professor Chalit Bhushan Satpathy pointed out that Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Vidhu Mishra is not well. Despite his illness, he is present here virtually with all of us, because this is the international conference of Astha School of Management, and Professor B.V. Mishra loved this institute very much from the bottom of his heart. Despite being ill, Dr. B.V. Mishra is present here virtually to grace this occasion of Chief Guest and to bless all of us. Then why not to request Professor Dr. Vidhu Mishra, Honorable Chief Guest, as honor. Thank you so much, sir. If you can bless all of us, we will be really grateful to you, sir. With folded hands, I request you to initiate or to grace this valedictory ceremony with your beautiful address. Please, sir.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. You are audible now.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mahanti, for inviting me to the international seminar on that is fostering inclusivity, fostering inclusivity of future sustainability, global perspective to local access. There's a great topic that you have chosen at this moment because the world is passing through turbulence, and this turbulence not only in terms of political or warfare, yeah, but also in terms of what we feel today is about the climate actions or the climate change. If we are talking about the planet to sustain and also develop, obviously it's our responsibility to see that the three bottom lines, the planet, the people and the profit are maintained so that we are achieving sustainability. One important thing what we do over a period of time through our industrialization process, we are overemphasizing on profit. But and today what we face is the dire consequence of that. Because industrialization is not bad, it is necessary for development. And so the rich countries to become more richer and at the cost of the other countries. The second important aspect today we talk about, even if we are claiming like India wants to be at top by 2047 or Odisha to be in that line by 2036, we have a lot of things to do. That's why lighting up topic from the global perspective to the local action. What we should do at this juncture. When we talk about development and more so sustainable to the poor in the society. So that's why we talk about this something like inclusivity. Because two important aspects you have combined together here, inclusivity vis-a-vis sustainable development. And the sustainable development goals pronounced by UN is clearly talking about this inclusivity and development together. Because there should not be hunger or poverty, and it should be something like accessible to all kinds of facilities like education, health, employment, all those things are the important goals of the today. In this context, when we talk about inclusivity, naturally, what itself talks about no one should be left behind. When no one should be left behind, historically if you see, there are certain countries, there are certain people within the countries, and there are also certain group of people within the society or within the place. They are excluded from the fruits of development. The reasons are maybe many, but one such important reason is maybe lack of ability, lack of opportunity, and lack of power. Because when people talk about power, ability, and opportunity, naturally that helps them to achieve development. This is one side. But the other side is when we think about sustainable development, we must see that the poorest of the poor in the society is also getting the benefit sustained over a long period of time unless it takes care of the needs of the total population. Second aspect, when you talk about sustainable development, obviously the UN goals are clearly spelled out, development through sustainability and more so inclusivity. But here two issues are coming to my mind. One is obviously how responsible we are to our planet Earth. What we do for that purpose and how to keep this Earth sustained. Because earning profit is important, no doubt of it. Wealth is important, but at the same time, the cost of life, the cost of food we take, the cost of air we breathe in, or the water we drink are also very, very important. Because the world will not survive if we not take care of our own environment, our own society, our food, the air we breathe, or the water we drink, or anything for the purpose. Take an example. Today, what has happened because of that? Two issues that is coming to my mind. One important issue is, see, the effect of carbon emission or more so different kinds of food as happened in case of war. The more amount of carbon dioxide or so also the greenhouse gases are coming out, having a great impact on the climate of the region and also the country at large. Basically, that's why we talk about the global perspective. In the global perspective, when we think of climate change has already become one of the important issues. And many times we read in the newspaper that even there is rain and cyclone or something like a pot in the deserts, and also which are traditionally the perennial rivers are drying out, and that talks about the climate change. Even today, on Himalayan range itself, there are 570 lakes have been created because of melting of ice. When the ice cap of Himalaya is going to melt, and there will be more lakes, and the rivers flowing from Himalaya to the soft, maybe the soft terrain, what will happen to them? There will form. But at the same time, when you see the that the Arabian years are now getting enough rain, the climatic balance, what we talk about, it is getting changed. So with the action like industrialization and other things, more the emission of carbon dioxide and other gases, leading to not only affecting the climate at the end, so also the water and air in that region is also getting polluted. I am putting a typical example how this development has also created its vices, the side effect, even in my where there is in Sambhalpur. After construction of Hirakud Dam, this entire western Odisha, not to say, but the districts of undivided districts of Sambhalpur get irrigated, and lot of paddy production has increased. That's why it becomes something like the granary for Odisha, particularly district like Bargarh. But today what has happened? With availability of water and good quality of soil, but indiscriminate use of fertilizer and pesticide leading to more production, ultimately leading to this area has already become so much contaminated. The water and soil both are so much contaminated that this has also become this cancer capital in the country. 1/3 of the population in Bargarh district is suffering from cancer. Just imagine the situation. Today you might have seen the farmers are producing so much of paddy, they are not able to sell it. Even today, government has declared there is a surplus of 700 lakhs of tons of paddy because in this rabi season, because they cannot take up any more. Everything is saturated. What to do in this situation? This is also a concern. The concern is more or less man-made. So that happens in case of climate changes. Everything becomes man-made. So what to do in this context? This is one thing that comes to my mind because the action has happened somewhere, but the world is suffering out of that. Second thing that has come to my mind, that is more of something like responsible production leading to responsible consumption. Take an example. Today you might have heard about. Suppose we talk about something like digital. Suppose take an electricity bill. If you are getting it something like digital or electronic, not using paper bills. The electricity companies are giving us some rebates, about 2% rebates are given. But at the same time, there is an off-estimate. If we are not printing the bills, we are selling through 1,000 tons of paper, which lead to not cutting down the trees to the tune of lakhs. So we talked about, this is called responsible production. Basically, responsible production and consumption leads to sustaining and conserving and also recycling or reusing this, what we today call this, all kinds of waste we talk about, because once the paper mill is generated, the next it becomes a waste, solid waste, and this solid waste itself has become something like maintenance in all or one areas. Similarly, responsible production and consumption made in terms of electricity today. Today we talk about this green electricity or green energy, more so in terms of solar. When we go for having the solar panels on our rooftops, making our buildings green and so also the power green. See, we are not only saving the power but also we are helping in generating the power. And through this something like bidirectional meters or something like generating at our top, you are also reducing your electricity bill and so also reducing the pressure on generation of thermal electricity and other electricity. So this is where we talk about responsible production versus responsible consumption, helping us in conserving the resources and ultimately leading to sustainable development. In this context, one word I want to just add here, we cannot have infinite economic development or economic growth with limited resources. Because every day the need for consumption is increasing, but wealth at our disposal is so very limited. What to do with that limited resources? How to manage it? So obviously, we are more focusing on what we talk about today is reducing the wastages, reusing or recycling something like the materials so that we can stop it. Like an example, paper waste can be reconverted into recycled into papers. Or similarly, electronic waste, maybe components can be dismantled and they can also further be used. Because today you might have seen a lot of problems are coming from those kind of waste. Basically this electronic waste, the thermal waste and so on and so forth. And last, I want to just give something, one thing I want to just add is more about social justice. And social justice and inclusiveness are very, very close to each other. Because what we mean by social justice, like an example, our Indian Constitution itself has assured or guaranteed its population for social justice, equality and others. So when we talk social justice and equality in terms of opportunity, employment, anything, irrespective of the caste, creed and birth, obviously talks about social justice. And social inclusivity, without social inclusivity, economic development cannot be thought of. Even if we are talking about economic development, it will be lopsided. And ultimately what is happening, the development which we see today may not be sustainable over a period of time. So anyway, we are thinking for the future, we are thinking for the all, and we are thinking for the planet Earth in a broader perspective. I must thank the organizers of this international seminar about fostering inclusivity and sustainable development, the future, the global perspective and the global action. It's a timely needed topic. I also thank the school, Astha School of Management and its management for organizing such an international seminar, and particularly this Conservative Trust for promoting such a seminar at this juncture. And I also make excuse and take something like, because I couldn't physically present myself with the seminar, where I could have an interaction with everyone, I could have learned more, because I missed that opportunity of learning. Only I am just presenting my something perspective, the way I think about the topic. So, and maybe this today's deliberations might have elaborated on different aspects. And maybe what I am saying that has already been talked about in a lot of details. But anyway, I thank the management and the authorities of Astha School for inviting me to this valedictory function as a guest. And I also wish the future growth and also all the best to Astha School of Management. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Jagannath to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are truly indebted to you for beautiful words, for your wishes and for your blessings. Thank you so much, sir. So it was really nice to listen those inspiring words from our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Vidubhishan Mishra, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sambalpur University. And with this, definitely I will go for my rapporteur's report as pointed out by Professor Kalipashar Sampal. But I feel, being a stakeholder of this international conference and of this wonderful institute, before I go for rapporteur's report, I will definitely seek the permission from Honorable Guest of Honor to express our gratitude to few people, to few organizations without whose support this international conference could have achieved its desired outcome. In this context, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please be charged up, because I am going to take the name of that one person who is sitting at Alpharetta, Georgia, United States of America, and who is the platinum sponsor of this two-day international conference on fostering inclusivity for future sustainability, global perspective and local action. He is none other than Mr. Mashood Alam, the Senior Director Global Program of G Aerospace, Alpharetta, Georgia, United States. He is not present physically in all of us. I mean, are you clapping like this? What is the energy? He is not physically present here, sir. He is not in presence virtually with all of us. But I want him, whenever he gets a chance, to visualize, to work, to record it, worker of this international conference, he must admit that yes, Astha School of Management is recognizing his contribution. Astha School of Management is remembering his name in this particular international conference because he is the platinum sponsor of this two-day international conference. We are very much thankful to Sri Masood Alam, the Senior Director Global Program, G Aerospace, Georgia, United States of America. At the same time, we should express our sincere thankfulness to our knowledge partner, Business Standard. I think here Mr. Manoj Mahapatra is here. There is a huge amount of applause for Mr. Manoj Mahapatra because of his effort. Business Standard, the reputed, prestigious Business Daily of India is a knowledge partner of this two-day international conference. At the same time, we also express sincere thankfulness to our digital partner, Sambad Digital, and to others new as a local media partner of the two-day international conference. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are successful. If at all we are successful in organizing this particular two-day international conference, it is only because of our support partners. Please allow me to take their names, and I am sure you will welcome them by giving huge round of applause. Our support partners like A2R, let's keep on clapping for our support partners. A2R, 4-Star Window, 4 Guys, and Odisha Beach Cricket Association. All these organizations are the support partner of this two-day international conference, and when Dr. Bhagirathi Naik sir is here, how can I miss Sri University? I was not expecting Sri University with a lot of reverence and definitely taking the name of Sri University for all the support to Astha School of Management in organizing this two-day international conference on inclusivity and sustainability. With this, I would definitely like to present the rapporteur's report before this August gathering. And the report goes like this. The International Conference on Fostering Inclusivity for Future Sustainability, Global Perspective and Local Action, organized by Astha School of Management, took place on 28th and 29th of June 2025. The conference provided a prominent platform for exchange of academic research, policy-oriented discussions, and innovative solutions for sustainable development. It brought together leading scholars, practitioners, and policymakers to engage in-depth deliberation on the intersections of sustainability and inclusivity across global and local contexts. The conference was structured around 3 thematic technical sessions like Track 1, Track 2, and Track 3, each exploring critical dimensions of sustainability and inclusivity. Track 1, broadly named as Fostering Inclusivity and Sustainability for Market, Health and Educational Services. This particular track witnessed a total number of 12 paper presentations. And this track was chaired by Professor Dr. Manik Mishra as the track chair of IIM Bhubaneswar and Professor Dr. Devadatta Das as track co-chair of Fakirmon University. This particular track focused on inclusive education, technological advancements and organizational sustainability. Presentations in this session were diverse, ranging from a prisma-based systematic review of workplace spirituality and its impact on organizational well-being among Indian high school teachers to machine learning, applications for optimizing resource management in Odisha's coconut industry. Similarly, the track 2 examined the broader theme of the conference, that is fostering inclusivity and sustainability for people, planet and purpose. Altogether 10 number of papers were presented during this particular track, which was chaired by Professor Dr. Ravinarayan Subudhi, former Professor at University, and Professor Dr. Bhagirathi Naik of Sri University, who is presented. Can you have one round of applause for Professor Bhagirathi Naik, who is present here in this international conference since morning. I mean, he co-chaired this particular track, and it is almost 6 p.m. evening, but still Professor Bhagirathi Naik is still here. Yes, sir. You are saying you are young, and we really admit that you are actually young. We salute your energy, sir. Thank you so much. The track 2 concentrated on the integration of sustainable practices within human resource development, higher education and industry. Key papers presented an in-depth bibliometric analysis of human resource policies, employee engagement and retention strategies. Additionally, the session explored factors influencing employee turnover in private banks and the role of social commerce in driving consumer engagement and sustainable market practices. Talking about the track 3, which revolved around fostering inclusivity and sustainability for financial empowerment and economic growth, with a focus on digital finance, financial inclusion and sustainable economic practices. Track 3 had 8 number of papers got presented, and this track was successfully chaired by Professor Sanjay Adlaka. Let's have a huge round of applause for Professor Sanjay Adlaka, who is present here, and by Professor Dr. Sachinand Mohanty as a track co-chair. There is a standing ovation for all these resource persons. What is that? Yes, you should be very good. There is a huge round of applause for Professor Rajesh Naik, for Professor Sanjay Adlaka and Dr. Sachinand Mohanty for sharing and co-chairing the different tracks of this today international conference. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I am very happy when our honorable guest of honor stood up and congratulated our track chairs as well as co-chairs. Thank you so much, sir. The quality of research and diversity of approaches presented throughout the conference are exceptional. The papers demonstrated a high level of academic rigor and offered valuable insights into integrating global sustainability goals with localized action. Each session was carefully evaluated based on the quality of content, delivery and defense of the presented ideas, with a consistent emphasis on empirical research and practical relevance to ongoing sustainability challenges. In conclusion, the conference successfully underscored the need for collaborative cross-sectional approaches to address sustainability in various global and local contexts. It provided an invaluable opportunity for participants to share their knowledge and engage in meaningful discussions aimed at fostering a more inclusive and sustainable future. The event set the stage for future research collaborations, policy dialogues, and practical initiatives that will further advance sustainability goals. With this, I sign off with the rapporteur's report, and I hand over the session to Professor Kalekishan Sampati. Jai Jagannath, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the rapporteur's report. You really presented it in a very precise, elegant, and your own inimitable, unique way. Thank you so much, sir. After the rapporteur's report, it's time to listen to our honorable guest of honor, Professor Dr. Kishore Kumar Das. I invite you, sir, to the podium for your valuable address. Please.
So very good evening one and all, and I am extremely happy to be present in this beautiful new auditorium. This is really mesmerizing, and with all facilities, knowledge furnished, and simply it is a world class and world standard. Honorable dignitaries of the dais, respected organizers, distinguished scholars, esteemed participants, and dear friends. So this 2-day seminar is a lot of discussion in the different aspects of the knowledge. So many papers are presented. So our students definitely take something for their future to make their goal. Really, so really this seminar is one of the best seminar, and it is an international seminar, and I am happy to part of this seminar. It is my immense privilege and honor to be here today in this very lecturing and intellectually enriching, thought-provoking international conference. I am happy to share my views on the esteemed gathering in this conference on fostering inclusive for future sustainability and global perspective and local action. So at a time when humanity starts at crossroads, unprecedented environmental, social and economic challenges, the theme of this conference could not be more timely or more critical. So this concept you bring here is one of the emerging area of the study. We have no right to destroy this beautiful art. We at least keep a duty or contribute more so that it will be beautiful art for our future generations. So this is the concept of sustainability. So at a time when the humanity stands at crossroads, unprecedented environmental, social, economic challenges there, the theme of this conference is one of the interest. Over the past days, we have collective engagement, meaningful discussion, shared the groundbreaking research and discussion deep into the issues, crossed borders and cultures and discipline. Today, as we conclude this journey of academic exploration, I take this opportunity to speak on the theme that resonates deeply with our collective future, fostering inclusivity for future sustainability. So these challenges are not new. This happens from time to time, and this is a time related to the history in the year 1775, which depicted by Charles Dickens in his story Tale of Two Cities. And surprisingly, our time is no different from that year. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness, it was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. We had everything before us, we had nothing before us. It was the best of time, it was the worst of time. So both aspects is prevailed during those years and also at this juncture. So we are in a puzzle situation, we are in the crossroad. So what decision will take, how to shape our career, how to design our future. We are at the time of post-crisis, but it is also the best of time fraught with opportunities. There are opportunities always there, but it is up to us how to grab those opportunities. Nothing this is wrong, we might say. Pandemic, COVID shook our world upside down, leaving our ears baffled by ongoing media reports. had saddened by blighting of job market, mind confused by uncertainty of road ahead. This is simply apocalyptic. Opportunity to the most people is merely nothing but comfort, acting like painkillers, those soothing effects disappear shortly afterwards. There are, before we jump into this conclusion, so we have to come across a story so that may be guide us or help us. So in this story, we compare the crisis with that we are in Turkey. So with this, how we can overcome the challenge. Every challenge can be turned into a stepping stone, into a resource to people like this. So in this story, once upon a time, a donkey fell into a pit and could not climb out. His master, the donkey driver, was too sad to see the donkey struggling in the pit, so decided to bury him. Every time the driver shoveled the dirt into the pit, donkey dusted up the dirt and stepped on it, and eventually dirt accumulated to the level of the ground, and the donkey was saved. We are the donkey. The crisis is the dirt, which seems to make matters worse, but if taken advantages of, can give us hope, salvation, and opportunity. We can survive. Throughout the history, in the recent past, the crisis has always been ready for breeding legends. The crisis always creates the legends. In the time of crisis, we have Bill Gates, the examples, Walt Disney, Robert Woods, Steve Jobs. Those are come across the crisis and they stood one of the leaders in this globe. The reason is when the crisis is attacking our home, usually opportunity is knocking our door. So every crisis bringing an opportunity. Then the crisis shifts our eyes from the past to the future, from the underlying problem to the possible solution. What makes all the difference is whether we are willing to develop spirit inside ourselves and bravely face up all challenges we encounter. The failure follows success, success follows failure. Our achievement may not always lead to lasting success. So on our journey, though we are life, it can carry too much about winning or losing. Just enjoy the whole process, whether it is beyond bearing tears or laughter. We have to not bother about the small things like crossing this road. If some traffic is there, some wrong driving is there, we have no relation, never know that people, but we try to fight it. We are struggling to fight. We are unable to bear. So if the little things will be overcome and we can focus, greater things can be achieved. My ways to develop in the global age are simple. Find the right position in a society and the boss oneself. Find right position in the society and the boss of oneself. So change a blend in the road. A blend in the road is not the end in the road. A blend in the road is not the end of the road, unless you fail to make the turn. If you turn successfully, there is unending roads are there to move. Ladies and gentlemen, We have our calculated carbon footprints. The carbon footprints is one of the important factor which is ruining this globe. The carbon footprint is total amount of CO2 produced by our activities. Every new piece of cloth we buy, which contributing 6.4 kg of carbon. Every 100 grams of meat we eat, contributing 140 grams of carbon dioxide. So we calculate carbon footprints. It never occurred to me that my personal life matters this much to our earth. So everyone of contributing that carbon dioxide, we ruining this globe. If we take care at our individual level, then a bigger contribution will take place to make this world healthier. Without a solid foundation, even a great work could fall. So, from the grassroots level, if everyone will contribute, then we make this world a greener and beautiful world. So what is inclusivity? There is a topic discussing a lot of inclusivity over the last 2 days. To my knowledge, the inclusivity is not merely a moral or ethical aspiration. It is a strategic imperative for sustainability in every sphere of life. Whether we speak sustainable and development, environmental preservation, economic growth, social harmony, or technical advancement, none of these goals can be fully realized unless we actively include diverse voices, marginalized communities, underrepresented stakeholders in the process of decision making and influence. Inclusivity means creating an ecosystem where every individual, irrespective of gender, ethnicity, socio-economic status, ability, language, or geography has equal access to opportunity, resources, and dignity. Unless they are equal opportunity to access the resource, opportunity, and dignity, so there will be no inclusivity. This is not just about the addressing inequality. It is about recognizing that diverse perspective equal innovation, resilience, adaptability, which cornerstones of the sustainability. So sustainability is a collective responsibility. Sustainability in its truest sense is intergenerational. It is about meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their goals. But how can we build sustainable future if a significant section of our globe population remains excluded from the benefits of development and the process that shape it? Whether they are talking climate change, reimagining education, designing smart cities, developing AI system, or reforming public health policies, sustainability demands inclusivity. The solution we design must be people-centric, race-centric, and culturally contextual. Bridging the gaps from the policy to practice, despite the global commitments like UN Sustainable Development, The real challenges like transitional vision influx from policy to practice, for inclusivity to effective, it must be institutionalized in governance, education, corporate structure, research methodology, and community development. In education, we need to move towards inclusive pedagogy that care for diverse learning, bridge digital divides, and integrate indigenous knowledge. In research and innovation, we must democratize access to data, funding, and authorship, encouraging more participants from the global south, real academics, and underrepresented groups. In economic development, the inclusive finance, social entrepreneurship, and women-led enterprises must be promoted not as side intervention, but as a central strategy. In environmental action, the voice of indigenous communities, farmers, and youth must be integral conservation dialogue. Inclusivity in digital age, the digital revolution has given us powerful tools to enhance inclusivity. However, it has exposed new forms of exclusion, digital divides, algorithmic bias, data colonization, language barriers. As we embrace AI, big data, and smart technologies, we must ensure the technological advancement does not widen the gap, but instead become a tool for equity and empowerment. Digital inclusivity means ensuring universal access, promoting digital literacy, developing content in the local language, and ensuring the technology reflects human values, not just market values. A call for inclusive leadership. Let us not forget that inclusivity is not a passive outcome, it is an intentional pursuit. It demands courageous leadership, participatory governance, and willingness to listen and evolve inclusive leaders, those who do not speak for others, but create space where others can speak for themselves. They recognize that sustainability is not about maintaining the status quo, but about transforming it. The role of academia and workplace is an important aspect. The international conference like those are vital platforms for fostering the inclusivity dialogue. They provide opportunity to exchange ideas across disciplines, nations, and generations. But we must ask who is not in the room, who preserves in missing. Let us commit to make academic and scientific dialogue more inclusive by developing fields, supporting travel, offering translations, and promoting interdisciplinary collaboration. So, conclusion, by so building an inclusive tomorrow, as we bid farewell this conference, let us carry us a renewed commitment to think inclusively, act responsibly, and innovate sustainably. The path here is complex, but we work together, raising every voice to the table, we can create a world just, resilient, and sustainable. I leave you with the timeless wisdom of Mahatma Gandhi. So let us ensure that the world has enough for everyone's need, not everyone's need. So let us ensure our system, our society, and sustainability efforts meet our needs with dignity, justice, and inclusive at their heart. So dear dignitaries, respectively faculty members, so one story I have to share. Some years ago, in a remote village in North India, surrounded by dense forest and torrential rivers, two small villages on the either side of a valley. The two villages on the either side of the river for decades these two communities, though they are sharing same language, heritage and soil, remained isolated because there is no bridge connected. The river between them was unforgiving, especially during the monsoon. One side has a school, small health center and a marketplace. The other fertile land, clean springs and rich lands. One side has a school, hospital, everything, but other side there is plenty of cultivation and clean springs. But there is no connectivity between these two villages. Children on the deprived side should look across the river every morning, dreaming to going to school, but it was dangerous to cross the river. Government proposal came and went. Engineers said it was too risky. Politicians said the numbers did not justify the cost. It is not feasible, that they said. It is too remote. Too few people, too much trouble, but one young girl, Meera, at 17 years old, refused to accept this logic. She had studied the better side, had seen the injustice unfold for years. She turned her to native village during her summer breaks and began to ask elders, why cannot we build the bridge ourselves? They laughed at the first. The bridge are for government and engineers, not for the villagers. But Meera did not stop. She began collecting stories, documenting health issues, dropouts, even deaths that occur due to the lack of access. She used her mobile phone to shoot the videos and with help of some friends in the nearby town, he uploaded them online. Her small campaign was Bridge of Hope. So the small campaign was viral on the name Bridge of Hope. It gained attention. An NGO picked it up. An engineering college sent a team of students. A local carpenter volunteered. And most importantly, the people came together across the river. They did not wait for a large grant. They used bamboo, rope, local wood, and their own cement. It took nearly a year, but they built it. A bamboo bridge, handmade humble, but hard. Children began walking to school. Women would cross the river for health care. Traders exchanged their goods, and more importantly, the mindset has changed. The bridge did not just connect the land, it connected possibility. The bridge did not just connect the land, it connected possibility. Later, when the government authorities visited, they were astonished. Who built this? The villager pointed and said, we did with her. That is Meera. Meera later became a social entrepreneur and found an initiative that now build low-cost sustainable infrastructure in over 30 remote villages across India. So what lesson we learn from this? For the students, leadership is not about titles or power. Leadership is not about titles or power. It is about courage to act when others hesitate. It is about to courage act when others hesitate. Inclusivity is not an ideal, it is an action. It means giving people the full space and voice to participate in their own progress. Sustainability is not always about grand technology. It is about empathy, relevance, and grassroots innovation. So as you step out of this conference and go back into your classroom, boardrooms, or research labs, remember each of you can be a mirror. Each of you can be the mirror of your story. The bridge you build may not be bamboo, but of ideas, compassion, opportunity, and change. And when the world say it cannot be done, you can say, let's try together. Thank you, Astha School of Management, for honoring and sharing this. So, you are not just preparing managers, you are setting the inclusive change makers for a sustainable tomorrow. So, thank you, Lord, and hope this progress will continue, and one day, happy to teach this institute as a world-class institute and preparing the future managers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The duty is lifted for your wonderful valedictory speech. You used a PPT which was very unique for a valedictory speech. You used so many things, examples, analogies, and stories also, so that you ensure that no one is excluded, and it truly aligns with the theme of our international conference, that is on inclusivity and future sustainability. We are really privileged to listen to you, sir. Now, the most awaited segment of the valedictory session. And you know what? You can guess it, right? That is awards and certification. So I will soon call upon the dignitaries for the awards and certification distribution. But before that, I request a technical team to clear the stage. The stage may kindly be cleared. So to give away the awards and certifications, I'd like to invite Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor Dr. Kishore Kumar Das, Honorable Chairman, Rotarian Sri Vijay Kumar Patra, Honorable Chief Patron and PDCOM Secretary Dr. Banki Mahanti, esteemed Patron and Principal of Astha School of Management, Professor Dr. Sarmila Subramanian, esteemed Director, Statutory Compliance and Communication, Professor Dr. Kumar Panda, esteemed guest Professor Dr. Manas Kumar Das, to be on the stage for doing the needful. Huge round of applause for all the dignitaries. And we'll begin the awards and certification. So we'll start with poster presentation. So as I mentioned, we'll start with the poster presentation, and we are going to begin with certificate of participation. The winners will get to know at the end. So Preeti Ranjan Mahapatra, Astha School of Management, may kindly come forward to Preeti, can you come on the stage? Next, Ritik Das of Astha School of Management. Ritik, please come forward. Ritik, come fast to the stage. Huge round of applause. Next is Surbi Kumari of ABIT, Cuttack. Surbi. Shubham Das from ABIT, Cuttack. Manjusha Priyadarshini, Astha School of Management, Manjusha. Susanya Narayan Mahanti, Astha School of Management.
Anybody another ABIT or who is the name or different name?
Manjusa and Susunda, both from Astha School of Management.
Audience, please contact for round of applause. Next, Sasikanth Malik of ABIT. Sasikanth Malik. So these are the participants of poster presentation. They have prepared posters on a theme of international conference, that is inclusivity and sustainability. Next is Avanti Priyadarshini of ABIT. Followed by Jasmine Choi from the same college, that is ABIT. Next is Ashwini Mahanti from ABIT college. Mr. Joy Mukherjee from Srinath University. If you remember in the morning session, Joy delivered a very beautiful narration about inclusivity and sustainability. Next is Afia Anjum of ABIT. Afia, please come onto the stage. Then Sasmita Mishra from our own Astha School of Management. Nishita Das from Astha School of Management. Shravani Das from Astha School of Management. Savarni Das. Snigdha Priyadarshini Sahu from Astha School of Management.
Big round of applause, yes.
Big round, yes. Anup Kumar Dev from Astha School of Management. Okay, so these are all the certificates for participation, and there are two winners out of all these participants. Now I am going to start with the runners-up of poster presentation, and the runners-up prize is backed by L. Dimple Sai Reddy from Regional College of Management. Now, any guess who is the winner of poster presentation? So, I'll not keep you waiting. The winner of poster presentation are Subham Das and Survi Kumari from ABIT College. So, please take the pain of coming out of the stage 1 second because you are the winner. So, huge round of applause. They are the winner of poster presentation. Their poster was chosen as the best poster by our honorable jury members. Next we will move to the paper presenters category. So we are going to start the certificate for paper presenting. And so Anindita Das, Assistant Professor, Astha School of Management. Anindita Das. Huge round of applause. Niranjana Das, Assistant Professor, HR and ODM Business School. Anita Mahapatra, Research Scholar, Utkal University. Jharana Raut, Librarian, Astha School of Management. Jharana, Next, Ajit Kumar Das, Research Scholar, Central University of Jharkhand. Next certificate for paper presentation, Bijoy Gupta, Assistant Professor, BC Roy Engineering College, Durgapur. Swadhin Kumar Rao, Assistant Professor, Medicaps University, Indore. Anasuya Barik, Research Scholar, KIT Deemed University. Mrs. Dikpanita Mishra, Assistant Professor, Astha School of Management. Assistant Professor, DC Engineering College, Durgapur. Next certificate of paper presentation goes to Amarendra Bhuyan, Research Scholar, Astha School of Management. Next, Shailendra Yadav, Assistant Professor, Narasimha Reddy Engineering College, Secunderabad. Next certificate goes to Dr. Tataya Momali, Associate Professor, Astha School of Management. So I have finished with all the paper presentators from track 1. Now moving to the paper presenters for track 2. We'll start with Lipsita Mahanti, Research Scholar, AAMC. Next, Krishna Prasad Patnaik, Research Scholar, Sri University. Sonali Priyadarshini, Research Scholar, Utkal University. Mr. Jyotisman Das Mahapatra, Assistant Professor, CB Global University. Then Mr. Tanmay Kumar Patnaik, Research Scholar, Sri University. Then Ricky Mohanty, Associate Professor, ASBM University. Sunil Kumar Mishra, Assistant Professor, Astha School of Management. Next, give a huge round of applause to Dr. Prafulla Kumar Padi, Assistant Professor. Moving on. Subhasri Pradhan, Research Scholar, Sambalpur University. Subhasri Pradhan. Next certificate for paper presentation goes to Subhasri Garnaik, Research Scholar, GIT University, Gurupur. Next certificate for paper presentation track 2. Prithidhar Hota, Assistant Professor, Department of FMS, Sri University. Next, Mr. Krishna Prasad Patnaik, Research Scholar, Sri University. Krishna Prasad Patnaik. Moving on, paper presenters of track 3. We'll start with Ashok Gota, Assistant Professor, Gayatri Vidya Parishad College, Visakhapatnam. P. Sanyasi Rao, Associate Professor, Vigal's Institute of Information Technology, Visakhapatnam. Soumyalin Santi, Astha Professor, Regional College of Management, Bhubaneswar. Subhalakshmi Mahanti, Research Scholar, KIT Deemed University. Suryakant Sahu, Research Scholar, Sri Sri University. Next certificate of paper presentation, track 3. Krishna Kavita Acharya, Professor, Ajay Vinay Institute of Technology, Cuttack. Next, Dipti Saxena, Research Scholar, Sri Sri University. Next, Gauri Sankar, Research Scholar, Revensa University, Cuttack. Gauri Sankar. Next, Krishna Prasad Patnaik, Research Scholar, Sri Sri University, Cuttack. Now, the Best Paper Presenter Award. There are so many paper presenters, as I mentioned the names for track 1. So, who won the Best Paper Presenter Award, track 1? Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to Dr. Subhasis Datta, Assistant Professor, B.C. Roy Engineering College, Durgapur, West Bengal. So he is the winner of Best Paper Presenter, track 1. Now, track 2, Best Paper Presenter Award. And it goes to Mr. Jyotisman Das Mahapatra, Assistant Professor, Srinagar Global University. Ladies and gentlemen, have a huge round of applause. Now, the Best Paper Presenter Award for track 3, that is the final track. And it goes to Dipti Saxena, Research Scholar, Sri Sri University, Cuttack. Have a huge round of applause. Give her a big hand. Dignitaries, please be on the stage. Now, moving on, it's time to felicitate Chair Track 3. So, I'd like to invite Professor Sanjay Adrakha as the Chair, Track 3, requesting the technical team for the felicitation. Please have a huge round of applause for Professor Sanjay Adrakha. Track 3. And I would also like to invite the co-chair, track 3, Professor Dr. Sachinandan Mohanty, to be on the stage for the felicitation. Huge round of applause. Professor Dr. Sachinandan Mohanty. Now it's time to felicitate our sponsors who are present here. I'd like to invite Mr. Vijay Kumar Sahu of A2R to be on the stage. Have a huge round of applause for Mr. Vijay Kumar Sahu from A2R, one of our sponsors. Have a huge round of applause. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Surendra Panda from Core Tires, another important sponsor. Mr. Surendra Panda. Have a huge round of applause for Mr. Surendra Panda. I'd like to invite Mr. Manoj Kumar Mahapatra from Business Standard to be on the stage for the felicitation. Have a big hand for Mr. Manoj Kumar Mahapatra. Now, before we close, allow me to pause because I have an important announcement. Every movie or everything, you will find a hero, but there are many sub-heroes, side heroes we call it in general. Correct. So, as far as our international conference goes, I'd like to mention the name of a person. And he is Mr. our own Basant Kumar Padhi. Can we have him, Mr. Basant Kumar Padhi? So there is a scene, great shows are not made on stage. They are made in silence in stage and in sacrifice. That is that story. And if there was one person in silence, they ran through every wire, every printout, every schedule, and every file released it was Mr. Basant Padhi. So have the loudest round of applause for Mr. Basant Kumar Padhi. He truly deserves it for working tirelessly to make this event very successful. Thank you so much, Basant Padhi sir. Now I request the dignitary to take the receipt. So I'd like to again invite Chief Patron and Patron of the International Conference to be on the stage, because we want to felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Kishore Kumar Das. So sir, please be on the stage for the felicitation. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the International Conference. Have a huge round of applause for our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Kishore Kumar Das. Have a huge round of applause.
Can we call the honorable chairman, please, because we are speaking about sustainability and go green. So may I request our honorable chairman?
Have a huge round of applause for our chairman. Dignitaries, you can take your seat. Now, if there is a movie, definitely there is a sequel. That has been the trend, isn't it? So, now we are going to unveil the theme for our next international conference, and there is no better time to show it to you. So I request the technical team to play the theme for the next year's international conference.
In today's world, the need of sustainability and inclusivity has never been more urgent. From rising global temperature to unequal access to resources, the challenges we face are vast and
I request the technical team to try to play it again.
for a wonderful journey at ICFIFS. As we come to the end of our wonderful journey at ICFIFS 2025, now it's time to look ahead. We are happy to announce our next international conference, ICFIFS 2026. Next year, we'll continue our mission to build a better future. This time, we'll focus on 3 powerful ideas: innovation to create new solutions, intervention to bring timely change, and integration to bring everyone together. We'll explore how new thinking and teamwork can lead to real positive change for all. We welcome you all once again to Astha School of Management, Bhubaneswar for ICFIFS 2026. Let's join hands to create an inclusive and sustainable world through innovation, intervention, and integration.
So huge round of applause for the man who has created this, who has always been of immense technical help. So Huge round of applause for Professor Satyanath Mahapatra for creating this engaging video. Now, before I sign off, may I request Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Khanna, Director Statutory Compliance and Communication, to propose the vote of thanks, followed by National Anthem. So please, yes.
Thank you, Professor Satyanath. Diversity is a fact, but inclusion is a choice, as we mark it every day. Why we more feel if less will do? Why by now if all will do? The planet's wealth is fading out. We today must make it last. The food you waste is far too much. The repair we refuse, having out of touch. Cut out parties, carrying bags, learn to live simply, be at fast. Tomorrow, when new generation needs, why deprive them for our greed? So do not look back. Please just useless. Do not put this planet under stress. It's time to change the way we live. No shame to say we love our planet, or if such art brings our rebirth, sustainability stands for. Diversity is being invited to the party, and inclusion is being asked to dance. This is in context to the dinner hosted by Astha School of Management, taking all stakeholders together to understand that the world is not for anyone but for everyone. I thank Astha School of Management for taking such initiatives to give us exemplary factor that we stand together, otherwise we fall down. Ladies and gentlemen, all the dignitaries before me, I wish you a very delightful evening. The cool breeze is outside whispering what is happening, but we are thinking about the earth, how the sustainability will stand. Today we think, we act. Also we think of tomorrow to live. Taking this opportunity of this evening, I am taking the opportunity of the availability of our Honorable Rotarian Chairman, Sri Vijay Kumar Patra. I thank him for his gracious presence, living out his routine life and making possible for Astha School of Management to join his hands this evening to encourage us, to inspire us, because he's a pillar in the trust that has been established by Astha School of Management under the guidance, under the supervision of Panchamukhi Education and Charitable Trust. Sir, you are definitely a big and substantial pillar for the trust which has established its trust in the public, in the management educational arena for the last 2 decades. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. Virtually we could get him, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sambalpur University, Dr. Vidubhushan Mishra. Sir, In your absence here, I would like to say that you are a visionary leader with strong academic and administrative capabilities, dedicated to the development of different universities in the state of Odisha. You have a clear vision, you have a definite mission. Thank you for sharing such valuable information about the sustainability and appreciating our endeavor towards the sustainability, and therefore necessary steps the researchers, the stakeholders, the academicians should initiate on the gas emission and let the cancer capital be converted into future capital where living good is possible in future. Thank you, sir, for your virtual presence and inspiring us for such endeavor through arranging different international seminars on sustainability further. A personality available over here. You are keen in inclusion, considering employment. You are keen taking inclusion, considering the admission. Your vision is well aligned with the national education policy. You are more people-centric. You always say right to live with dignity. Obviously rational, still in silence, stores that impacts. You are impetus to idealism. You talk about trust, honesty, dedication and integrity. You have exemplified such transactions of objectives reflected in your works time and again, day and tomorrow, always. You are a leader of leaders. That's why we call you as a charismatic leader. He is not other than the chief patron and the executive director, Tom Secretary of Astha School of Management. We are in fact fortunate. I have got this now by my own introspection, taking inspiration, caring, engaging, dedication, passionate, helpful, motivating and knowledgeable. Then only I got a principle, an amazing principle. The pattern of this 2 days international seminar is not other than Professor Dr. Sonia. You make an improve students and encouragement for the 2 days international seminar, fostering inclusivity for future sustainability, global perspective and local action is really admirable. Thank you for your kind presence to inspire us and support the team as and when required. Today, what I find, the support extended to us by different universities, by different organizations. You are not different. We all are together and are working together. I thank Dr. Kishore Kumar Das, Professor and Head of Department of Commerce, Revenue University, Qatar. Sir, today you are giving us certain lessons. The first lesson you are giving how to make a PPT which is eye-catching, which is really captivating, and your students must be captivated with this one word, 10 minutes. And
legible, visible, can be well cast. Your explanation, your oratics is fantastic. Maintaining a rhythm that is unparalleled. You are the guest of honor for this evening, has made us proud, and Astha School of Management will continue to have your association by your divine blessings today and tomorrow. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence and the copious attendance that you have to this event. I am equally elated to tell that today we have chair from Sri Sri University. The chair has taught us many things, how to get corrected, has been advised by IITian having enormous experience in the field of academics, in the field of computer science, in the field of AI, is not other than Dr. Bhagirath Naik from Sri Sri University. This evening, I think we must have recited many times about Sri Sri University. At Astha School of Management, because their contribution, their interested to be associated with Astha School of Management is really very pleasing. And today we are fortunate that such associations will definitely help us in our academic journey and will continue to do so. Thank you, sir, for your gracious and evident presence as an enthusiastic and a very legend academician. Equally, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Satyananda Mahanti, the track chair, who is here with us this evening and guided the scholars and students and all the audience rather how to go into and delve detail into the aspects. Thank you, sir, for your presence over here this evening. A jubilant, a triumphant, and a dedicated dean, Professor Dinasis Mahanti, the Dean Training and Testing, you are taking care of 250 students' future. Your relentless efforts, your untiring efforts is well recognized, and where you are not there, it is impossible for accomplishment. I must thank you for overall efforts for contributing to us this 2 days international seminar. Your service for the students at Astha School of Management is really profound and well appreciated. We have another silence in signature of inner strength is not another than Dean Academic Affairs, Professor Bhagirath Naik, a silent mountain which speaks about policy, methods, examination, academia, pages, and a true copy of all the manuals of the Dupat Technical University. Sir, what not you can make in silence, that is well realized by everybody and the authorities of the Dupat Technical University. Thank you for your cooperation, for your support, and for making leaders behind which you don't know, but you are having successful plan in your mind, definitely assisting you in execution of your work. Thank you for your presence and support. Today, we are fortunate to have enormous resource scholar from different corners, and the participation of the women scholars are really appreciated because the number is, I think, unique, and that is what Astha School of Management is going to encourage more participation of the scholars in coming days. I thank each and every participants and their institutions for sparing you for this valuable presentation that has really been awarded and appreciated by a group of eminent academicians. I personally and from the inner of my heart appreciate the faculty of Astha School of Management, the senior professors, the associate professors, and all the faculty fraternity for their informative, innovative, and organized ideas guiding the students for ensuring the transformation that has been crafted lucidly by our Honorable Principal Dr. Samila Subramaniam, idealized by Executive Director and Secretary Dr. Kamti Mohanty. Thank you, sir, for all these things you have been contributing to the students' school of Astha School of Management and ensuring transformation while ensuring quality management education in the state of Odisha and beyond. Behind all this success, the true hands remain silent? No. We see them silent, but tirelessly they are working behind the scene, day and night. I appreciate and I applaud for their contribution, for their dedication, for their integrity. They are not other than the administrative pillars of Astha School of Management. I would like to take the name. It is administrative officer, it is Ram Program, it is the account officer, Ram Program, it is the admission officer, the officer and it is the student and staff welfare officer, Mr. Nihit Mishra. We are really indebted for the decade of dedication, and I pray the divine to bless you as and when you follow this street, you stand in your feet, strong and alert, day and night, they call you to me. You definitely make a call back. You definitely associate the work with accounting. You definitely make it possible to answer flying on day and night. You definitely make it possible the gate is open for us. You definitely solve the students and staff. And by the grace, by the divine Father's blessing, I pray, Ma, that she should keep you always energetic, rejuvenate you, revitalize you today, tomorrow, and always. Thank you all for coming to the stage and for you. I thank my lovable students and the dedicated students and leaders contributing their strength. Whatever possible, in whichever way, you are always there with us. And you will be with us as an adult. I look forward that your association with us will continue to grow bigger and bigger, and the list of alumni will be enlarged by pages and pages, and it will fill my website, and nothing other than that. You are today with us, and tomorrow you will be. I cannot forget a professor of Astha School of Management with logistic connections from dot to dot, from point to point, from toss point to the serious point, from serious point to the strategic point, is not other than Professor Dipan Kumar Jena, who is working here. Always for other the replica of their gist, the replica of their enthusiasm is in front of you. Fostering sustainability or ensuring a better future, that is the tree which has become large. Few green is left out, but what will happen tomorrow? We have a germinating from that crop. So ensure that whatever is having in our pocket, let us maintain it and let us ensure that the sustainability will germinate tomorrow. Honorable guest of honor of this evening, Dr. Kishore Kumar Das, said that we are donkeys. But I am sure the 2 days international seminar of Astha School of Management will definitely be a catalyst to convert the donkey into the key dons. And the bamboo bridge will be built overnight. That I promise, and let take it hope that we will sustain the world and will make the livelihood possible on the planet always, and pass it on to the next generation so that this planet will remain green and alive always. I thank all the support partners. I thank all the dignitary and well acclaimed in the society, academicians, scientists, those who have so much visited us, that what is actually happening at Astha School of Management. This graceful culture is grasped every day. Who is grasping? We don't know. There is a divine power living in us, and we grasp it every morning. Come to the institute face and going back from the institute face with a smile bearing in our face. That is what is Astha School of Management. The track chairperson, the track coordinator, the reporters, all were not compelled to come, all were not invited to come, but hardly they wanted to come because they wanted to be associated with us by their heart and mind. So I thank all the track chairpersons, all the track coordinators, and all the rapporteurs, including Dr. Sudebat Das, including Dr. Anindita Das, including Dr. Professor Kamit Rao, and your dedicated support to the team, your dedication is dazzling, in the aroma of Astha School of Management, I am giving a fragrance that what support, how the substantial support can be rendered to an institution which is growing every day. There is another factor which is considered. The leading chairman of Astha School of Management and the leading chairman of this trust, Panchamukhi Education and Charitable Trust, it is by the name of, rather the flag is on in the hand of Vijay. So Vijay is a sign, not for the academic achievement, but for achievement in all verticals, whether it is business, whether it is education, whether it is agriculture. Thank you, sir, for all your attendance, for all your presence, for all your support. From this floor, from this stage of Astha School of Management, I wish you a better tomorrow. I wish you a sustainable tomorrow, and I admire and applause for your support which you have rendered. This dissemination of the message from Astha School of Management is definitely at the hands of our media partners, our knowledge partners, and our sponsors. I admire the contribution of Mr. Masud Alam, the Senior Director Global Program, Alcatraz, Georgia, United States. Yes, it is a platinum contribution. Astha School of Management will never forget that, and will continue to establish bricks by bricks a work that will never break, because that is what our culture indicates. I perhaps not too radiant, because I am not young like you, but I can be radiant and luminous because I borrow it from you. Thank you. And furthermore, being Indian, and it is in the cultural history of Astha School of Management that for any of the activity, for any of the meeting, conference, whether it is a general body meeting, or whether it is an in-house meeting or a departmental meeting, we definitely go for Jatiya Sangita or National Anthem. It's time. I'd like to call up on stage my honorable principal, Dr. Samya Subramaniam, to be with me for the National Anthem. I request all to stand at your feet and join us for the National Anthem. Thank you all.
And describe media.